Okay, my voice is not fully recovered, I'll be honest. This will be a chill day. We'll keep it as like, think of it like a soft launch. I'm not really back. Kind of, chill vibes. It's been 2 days. Had some recovery time. Oh, hello there. Happy Wednesday evening. We're live a little late. But Arlington, how we doing? Barbosa, hello, welcome. Welcome, David. Greenwall, let's get it, Chase. Jag, how we doing in the Twitch chat? Robert, accountant Mikey, let's get it. Soda, official B Money, Alt, hello. Rostermania already, huh? Already. Who would have thought? Damn. Wait, you have drama? Damn raw? Voices recovered? Nah, not quite. I'll be honest. I want to kind of keep the vibes chill if possible today. Voices, I mean, it doesn't sound too bad. I can sort of hit the higher octaves. What's up, Nathan? Any changes yet for the teams? There's only one big one that happened, but we can kind of speculate as to what other changes might take place. We can kind of just talk shop. I'm pretty open to whatever today. I'm not going to lie. I got no plans. We could also maybe look at viewer gameplay. We could play the game. I know I keep teasing that and then not actually freaking doing it. Thank you, Synergy. Welcome. Continue to make the weekly grind interesting. That's the objective, right? Hoping to carry some momentum off of Arlington, which was... I can't believe it happened, man. I can't believe that weekend happened. Sub Reese, more Rostermania. Slush, welcome, hello. Kind of crazy. I don't know where to begin. Also, just the tournament took place, and it was pretty nuts. We could maybe rewatch some stuff, I figure. Tweet is live. Discord post is live. Heard from Renegade stream that they're picking up Manny. That's the conversation that I've been hearing from the Twitch chats as well. I'm not sure if that's... Like, is that Renegade that said that? The fit consists of a white t-shirt, brother. That's it. Just a white t-shirt. It's just good form fitted. It's a nice white t-shirt. How we doing, Charlie? Am I playing? I probably should. I got the game right in front of me. I'm tempted. Finally on time for a stream. Let's get a dragon. Yeah, we're a little bit late today. Honestly, I was contemplating whether or not I go live at all. It's safe to say people are kind of easing their way back into the Halo after the weekend. Hope you guys are too. The pros, I've seen some optic streams, like recaps of the tournament. Tournament obviously hype. But I don't think scrims are going to start till next week. That's the understanding that I've been getting, is that we're going to take a week off of scrims. Scrims kick off Monday, something like that. I'm expecting teams to hit the pavement at some point. There's an online tournament, like an open HCS tournament, I believe, this weekend. So we actually have content to look forward to and another watch party to look forward to this weekend. In case you guys somehow didn't get enough Halo, right? Because we're building up to the final weekend of May where there's another event. So we've got DreamHack coming up. Jay, welcome, brother. It was an incredible, historic freaking event. As far as content, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm going to be honest. I've been big chilling the last couple of days. I've been coaching. I've done like 4 or 5 coaching sessions. Went to the gym. Slept. Meditating. Watching random TV shows. I don't know, like not really trying to not think about Halo too much, honestly. Recovery. Renegade and Formal confirmed they aren't playing. They aren't? That sucks, Cosmic. We'll watch it anyway. Clayton. My God. First sub of the day for 25 months. Happy 2 years if we didn't celebrate it last time, Clayton. Let's go, brother. That's awesome. We are starting the week out at 2,388. I don't know. It'll continue to decline as we go. We got unprecedented sub numbers, as you guys know. Beard gameplay, we could play. Severance is good. Honestly, I've been kind of like keeping 2 broke girls on in the background ever since I watched it with my girl, but she's away, and I know she's unhappy because I've been watching it without her. But it's like not even that good. It's like mindless television. But I've had it on in the background when I'm like making food and stuff and kind of just walk, around the house. I've been walking a lot outside. I'm touching grass, bro. The weather's kind of nice in Toronto. It's been like between like 13 to 18 degrees Celsius, which for us is like t-shirts, basically, I believe SR is not playing either. We're going to watch it regardless, okay? We're going to have fun with it. Optic doesn't need to be there for us to bring passion to have some damn good, Halo content, I think. So maybe an opportunity for some other hungry teams to shine. And we can talk a bit about, what those teams might be. If TSM is changing their players, I wonder how many other teams are going to make a shift if it's Manny that's going over to TSM. Is that good enough? And if that's happening, that leaves a hole in the C9 roster, right? So who goes to, is it just a hot swap? Does Cherish go over to C9? Does that make sense? Currently playing Tom Clancy's The Division. Well, listen to me. Sounds good, Waffler. Feel free to just hang out and listen, guys. Shorts weather? Not quite, Samantha. It's getting there. Like, I'd say shorts weather is like 20 degrees plus Celsius. Who dropped who? The understanding I have is that Cherished was dropped, I guess. Like, it would had to have been something that like the team decided upon. Like somebody mentioned, let's just get the tweet up. Somebody mentioned, like, why would TSM, the org, do this? Like, but I'm like, the org isn't the team. That's not who's making the decision on whether or not somebody's not in the team anymore, right? It's the team themselves. Did he get rid of his FA tweet? Oh, no. And the Rostermania begins. The biggest Halo streamer? Are we? Are we going? Are we having a meteoric rise? What's happening? Why are you guys all of a sudden watching my content? Is it because of the drama? Caden, what's up, brother? How you doing, Jonas? Doesn't make sense for Manny to leave to TSM. So the only reason is because of history. Like, Manny placed within top 6. So yeah, like his placement versus the top 12 TSM, strategically speaking, he shouldn't go over there. But he's got a lot of good history with that team. So if it's just purely off vibes and off the fact that he thinks he might somehow have better chemistry, which we can talk about the history a bit, but it is a kind of an odd choice. I was not expecting Manny. I was thinking about somebody else. Which armor coating do I have? I got the World Championship one from like last year. This one right here. Radiant, welcome. John Moretta, welcome. Comb Beard, already. That's good. D-Mag. Am I doing a tourney review? I can look at the tourney with you guys. I don't know how much like insightful information I'll be able to provide with just like Anthony, thank you. So like one thing we can't do is go into theater. I don't think you can access theater footage for Halo tournaments, right? Like LAN tournaments. Battle Beaver or Scuff or Razor. It's your preference, bro. It's going to be preference. Razor is popular with some of the pros. The new Scuff, I don't know. I've heard like pretty good things, but I've never tried it. I like the Battle Beaver for the comfort and for the back paddles. I also have this old thing. There's got to be a better tier maker that we can use that's like not covered in advertisements and that covers the screen a little bit better, right? See like how this is laid out? It's not ideal. We're like in the way. My Reddit clip blew up in Bangladesh, so expect lots of views. Wait, what? What? Can I get intel on that? Use an ad blocker? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things I should be doing to lock down my PC. I'm not going to lie. Oh, no. See, like, I clicked that and it sent me to Google. That's already scary. I'm afraid of my own PC. I still have that Reddit account, bro. Like, so I'm afraid to delete it right away because if I try, like, basically I have to sign in to delete it, but I'm afraid to sign into it because I don't want to invite, like, a hack or something onto my PC. I kind of want to show you guys the other recommended categories. I'm not going to lie. Like, it's honestly crazy. Like, you know those top recommend, like, so that guy clipped, he screenshotted it, and it had, like, some frightening-ass categories. I scrolled down farther. Bro, it's like, everything. Apparently, I'm, you know, I don't know. It's it's kind of funny at this point. I'm not going to lie. I kind of want to show you guys. It's, like, it's bad. Do we figure out who coaching? Yeah, what's his name? Fierce Elite was coaching Face. He plays with Trippy and matchmaking a bit. I don't know too much about his background with the team, but they're buddies. I don't know if he's like, I probably should stay away, right? I'm not gonna lie though, it's kind of funny. Brave browser. Yeah, I don't know. What I was gonna do is I think I'm gonna sign in on my laptop and then delete everything. I'm a full delete that account and then delete my LinkedIn. Because I don't want a LinkedIn either. But I don't want to sign into my main PC to anything that might be compromised because I'm afraid it's gonna somehow invite a hack onto. I don't freaking know. I'm traumatized. Doing it as a favor. He doesn't want to be coach. Okay, cool. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's not really too much that needs to be said here, right? Like, I kind of clickbaited you guys. So, Cherish is no longer on TSM. Right Aldito, Rain, 3 months. Let's go. My God. Welcome back, Rain. I appreciate it, man. This is the way. Let's get it. TSM, Cherish, no longer on the team. I got a bunch of players here. All these teams are like, some of them are kind of old, right? Like, I got to get the Mind Freak roster. Player cutouts. Not that it even makes sense to fill in anything because a lot of this stuff is probably not going to change. Like, strategically, it doesn't really make sense to make any team changes 1 month before a tournament. But I guess with TSM's performance being a lot lower than expected, they're like, okay, we got to do this. What we're hearing is that it's going to be Manny. Is C9 not? Oh, here. The only reason this would make sense is because these guys have a ton of history together, right? This is just KCP or Fung 4, right? Getting back together. Back towards the end of Halo 5, this was a team, and they used to play esports arena tournaments. They would, like, win most of the esports arena tournaments together. They were a really good team. They carried their background over to Infinite, and they placed within, top 3, top 4. On a good day, they could take wins off the best teams, right? So they were kind of that dark horse roster, kind of like Nemesis this year, where Nemesis took a series off Optic. Is Manny really an upgrade? Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm going to be honest. Like, just because the chemistry might benefit these guys, they're used to playing together, but I don't think that's the difference that they're going to need to really shoot up the ranks. That's my worry, right? Like, Manny did play really well in C9, though. When he joined C9, I felt like C9 got like an immediate glow up for whatever reason. But is he the X factor? Like, what I was thinking was Luminosity had a bad performance. Obviously, he's like a young gun who's played with these guys before. Remember, obviously subbed in for Last Shot for an online tournament, and they beat like SSG online. If you guys remember that, it was like this team with obviously he played like 2 series with TSM or something like that, and they outperformed their typical placings like out of nowhere, like some honeymoon thing, just replacing Last Shot for a weekend. Cherry obviously is 17, so like his potential ceiling could be high. I don't know. Yeah, I know. I mean, Cherish, all things considered, I think he played well for the, like, I didn't really notice anything specific about like his gameplay or performance that was like lacking in comparison to his team. MLG, thank you, brother. Plante, MLG, thank you. Look, the only reason that I think they would do it is just like, because they feel Cherish is the newest addition to the team. This is a tight-knit kind of circle here, right? These 3 are good buddies. They have a long history together. So if anybody gets dropped off the team, he's kind of the odd man out in that regard, just because there's a longer-standing history between these 3. I guess. I don't really know how it went down. So it might not be about his individual ability, just the fact that the team is not getting the placements that they need and something might need to change. So the easiest decision they could make would be to, bring the boys back together and pull Manny back from the old squad. That said, though, I think like they might have more potential if you grab somebody like it, obviously, who probably would be like down to get picked up, considering Luminosity won 0 games on LAN, right? Like, what's Luminosity going to be doing going forward after their performance? Do they stick together? Let's just do this. And they're kind of like all over the place. Like I have old cutouts. I want the new cutouts. Piggy. This is Mortally right here, right? And then Yaxon. No. Is it Yaxon? Where did I put Mr. Obviously? You would think that like talent could maybe be poached off this team because they underperformed and they're in a position where they could see themselves like splitting up. Conveniently, Genji is actually like this color. I guess it's more like Lie's color. TSM signs Gunny and makes top 4. Wait. In an alternate reality, that would be pretty hype to see. I'm not gonna lie. Said Mortally might be done kind of soon for some reason. Mortally's not an old player. He's like in his early 20s or something, right? Early to mid 20s. But I do think, like, it's tough to succeed in Halo. There's not a lot of opportunity, right? You're either at the very top where you got salary and the rich get richer, right? Like, you look at Optic and the way this team formed. They got the best talent that they could have put together. And we knew on paper that this team had the best chance to win it. They had an interesting roller coaster of a route through the season. But, man, did it pay off finally in the tournament, right? And Shopify, they don't need to change. That's not going to happen. It is hard to find the one song that hits perfect that I feel like I'm not competing with, because that's where I'm at right now. I feel like I'm competing with these songs. Just need like that vibey background, Halo music.
This is the way.
Yeah, they get to pay the most money too. Tyler Evans, thank you for the follow. They have the most resources. They get paid the most to continue to do what they do. They have the best connections to get the best possible teams. It's tough if you're like not in that inner circle. Snipe Bullets, thank you for the follow. There's a networking aspect to it where it's like just tough to get opportunities that are going to actually give you a win, you know? So I can understand some players who are like, you know, in top 12 to top 16 who have the competitive fire but are feeling like there's just not a lot of good options for them, you know? Like, it's hard to stay motivated. I wonder what like a team like Luminosity is paying these guys. Is there much of a salary involved? I can't imagine it's anything crazy. Like, obviously they get everything comped to get to the event, which I think they get by default just by placing as high as they did online. Where's Breaking Shot? King Nick. Gen G played pretty well, all things considered, right? Wait. Who am I missing on this team? Common. Incubus follow. So I think that one song might have a copyright issue. That's my worry with that one. I said like da 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 like that one, right? Is that the one? Lice, what's up, man? Do I think this is Lethal's chance to get picked up by C9 or TSM? Maybe. Yeah, that's actually kind of an interesting dialogue, I guess. Like, if Manny's no longer on C9, does C9 say, like, let's grab Lethal? The cool thing about Lethal not having any sponsor, they still placed in top 8, right? Like, kind of typical considering how their online like performance looked coming into the tournament. They were losing pretty handedly in a lot of their scrims, you know, kind of coming into the tournament. But they ended up in top 8 with no sponsor. The only team to get that high with no sponsor. Anyone making changes? The biggest change, the only actual like notable change that we see right now is Cherished is no longer on TSM. TSM underperformed at the major. Let's actually like change this so it makes sense placing wise, right? Like Nemesis was 5th, 6th, C9 was 5th, 6th. Genji was top 8. Lethal's team was top 8. Where did Complexity place? Top 12? Top 12 alongside Luminosity's top 16. Is this Ether?
This is the way.
Pick what I order for food tonight. What are the options? Godly, thank you for the follow, brother. Welcome. Let's get it from the Maniac stream. Let's get it, brother. How you doing, Godly? Morning, Robert. Morning, evening, wherever you're at. Hope I enjoyed the tourney. Best weekend of my life, I'd say. Thanks to you guys, for the record. Tourney was incredible. Historic, absolutely legendary grand finals that and run from Optic that we'll never see again.
That is just damn good Halo.
My God. Let's go, Zach. Welcome with the Prime Gaming sub, brother. I appreciate it so much. Let's keep some momentum. We're losing them as we're gaining the subs. We have crazy numbers of subs right now. I can't complain. Can I show my Spartan? Yeah. Bro, I don't even know what this armor is. I'm not going to lie. I haven't changed it in like 6 months. How do I, here we go. Oh, you saw him on the screen there?
This is the way.
Kilimanjaro. Hey, thank you for the YouTube follow. Let's go, brother. It's Chimera Core with the Sovereign Spear helmet. And this thing. And this like cool looking skull shoulder piece. Yeah. How we doing, LA? I don't know, guys. I'm not super into the cosmetic side of the game. It's like, this is pretty cool. I've been rolling with this for like 6 months now. Looks kind of hard. What do you guys think of Marathon, right? Marathon is out. Is Marathon a W? Is it L? Or is it like M for mid? Spartan looking dope? Okay, I'll take it. Is it a hot take if I say that, like, it's kind of an L? I'm not, like, enthusiastic about it at all. And I might not be the only one, judging by my chat. Mid at best. It is mid at best. Like, I don't want to sound offensive in saying this, but I watched, like, 20 minutes, and I felt depressed. I don't know why if I felt depressed, but I felt that was the feeling that I felt, and I'm sorry to anybody that offends. That's not my intention. But that was the feeling that I got. Maybe it's because, like, maybe it's like a squandered opportunity, or like because there's not enough action happening on screen. The graphics are like I'm not a huge fan of. Like, they look cool, but they also look like kind of low texture, like resolution or something. And yeah, kind of blocky. The guns especially, like, almost don't make sense. Like, the scopes don't even look like scopes. Like, I don't know. It's kind of confusing looking. But I think what bothered me the most was just how much looting and dead space was in the game. Like, I went to Shroud POV, I went to XQC, I went to so many different POVs, and everybody's just looting. Like, they're not even fighting. And then when you get into a gunfight, it just doesn't, like, I'm not getting satisfaction from the gunfight. Like, I don't know. It just doesn't feel, yeah, something about it seemed like too stiff and slow. Maybe, like, they're just kind of getting used to how to, like, to play the game properly and efficiently. And if you know how to play the game well, then, like, you can navigate it in a way that's, like, faster paced, and you get through the looting and you get the action going. But, like, yeah, I don't know. Like, it's like I'm getting, like, Apex, but, like, not as good. Like, vibes, basically. Yeah. With, like, a weird art style. I don't know. And it's like, I want the game to succeed. Like anything. You know, but that's just like my first impressions aren't really that enthusiastic is all. Is this Acid? These guys are harder for me to recognize. I think this is Drift. Who's the last guy in Ether? There's no, I'm not going to be able to get this. Acid, Drift. It's Lure, right? With tapping? I think that's Ether. This is tapping on the left. This is tapping. This is Acid. This is Drift. This is Lure or something like that. Lure. A name I have trouble with. Missed Potential. Kinda. Yeah. I don't know. I keep looking at it and thinking, like, where's the next, like, Halo replacement, you know? You know, yeah, well, so I wouldn't do that. Spartan. It's like, I can understand that, you know, there are people that want to be excited about it and that it's their thing. It's just not my cup of tea. But, like, I wouldn't go into somebody's chat and be like, this looks like ass. Like, come on. That's just like, what are we doing? You know what I mean? Like, you can say it on your own platform. I'm going to say it right here with you guys because I know that we're not, like, directly involved with anything. But, like, if I jump into a stream and I'm like, yo, this is ass. Like, what am I doing? What am I trying to accomplish? Feels more fun to actually play than watch, opposite of Halo. Fair enough, Caden. He's kind of got a point. I have fun playing Halo, though. Biggest issue with extraction shooters is there's even less action than Battle Royale games and even more punishing. Interesting. It did feel like a Battle Royale style game, but with an even emptier map. My voice is not 100% Asphalt, but we're getting there. We're going to keep the vibes chill today. If you guys are okay with that, we can watch some of the tournament. We were talking a bit about Manny maybe joining TSM. And if that happens, where does Cherish go? He could end up on C9. It could leave an opening for Lethal to join C9 for Boo Boo and Lethal to get back together. I think the vibes are pretty good between Boo Boo and Lethal. I kind of like this team, not going to lie. Like, it might give some like IGL veteranship to C9 that they could benefit from, and maybe Boo Boo can take a different role where he can focus on his game more and less have to like, because I feel like Boo Boo's the one who's in a leadership kind of position. I kind of like this team. Sparty to TSM would be insane. Yeah, I can't see it happening though. Once again, you got to think about the relationships between these players, and I don't know. I just can't see. They don't hang out in the same circles. Not that there's any bad blood or anything. It's hard to imagine Sparty hanging out with Drucken, Talik, and Soul Snipe. They kind of stick with their own crowd. However, obviously he's played with them before, so I thought like he'd be a good in. Eli talks very highly of obviously as well. He's got talent. He's a young kid. We don't know what his potential is, and it might be a bit of a gamble for TSM, and they have to figure out how to like properly mold him into the best player for the team. But like Last Shot was that for TSM last season, or for Pier or whatever. Last Shot was like kind of that X Factor player, and I'm not sure if Manny will be enough to like make a huge significant difference, right? He could though, just off the fact that like they have really good history and chemistry. But it's an interesting decision for Manny to go off of C9, a team that placed within top 6, to join his buddies, right? Pretty much a guarantee. It does make sense. Like, are you going off of like actual evidence from the community? Because I know that people are talking about Manny apparently jumping over the team. If you get dropped from a team, you have to market yourself to other teams. Do other teams usually try to negotiate to pick you up, assuming you're a desired player? If you're a desired player, then do you get dropped? Like normally, if you're a desired player, you get poached, is what happens. So like people like really want you. Like Formal would be like, I want a team with Legend and Bound. So he reaches out to them and kind of poaches them, right? If you get dropped, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't really know like what the inner workings of this process is like. I think it's kind of like, you know, you just kind of DM around, reach out to guys that you have experience playing games with, that you think you have good relationships with, and see if you can, you know, get something going. You know, like I think it really just comes down to personal, interpersonal relationships, unless you are like doing something that's so insane individually that other people like need to know, like need to, you know, have you on their team, right? So that's why the young talent get picked up a little bit more easily, because their gameplay speaks for itself, and they haven't had a lot of time to like, you know, network and create rivalries and friendships and whatnot in the scene. So people are like, oh, you know, because what happens with a lot of like veteran players is like, while they create good friendships, they also might burn some bridges in the process. Like, I don't know, right? So then, you know, certain people just like know who they are, know what their personality is like, and they're like, that's not my teammate, even though he's good at the game, you know? So I think a lot of it's going to come down to like the kind of relationships that Cherish has with other pros in the scene. I know he's a good player, and he seems like a vibey guy. I don't know, like he's not, he hasn't been around for a super long time, but I'm sure he'll have options, right? But I have no idea where. If he would just, like, as simple as just replace the position that might open up on Cloud9, or if it would make more sense for C9 to poach something. And if that's the case, can he end up with, like, Lethal's team, Infamous or something, but then he has no org? If Lethal leaves Infamous, it starts a domino effect, and that's the cool thing about Rostermania, right? It's like, okay, then you've got talent like Descendant, Ezo, Collect just kind of lingering again, right? Like, can Descendant get a pickup onto another team that might need some firepower, you know? To some teams like within the top 8 that played pretty well, all things considered, do they risk making changes? Like Gen G, who placed in top 8. Gen G was like not even on the radar coming into the tournament, right? A lot of top teams weren't scrimming Gen G at all, you know? Like Optic, when did Optic ever scrim Rhinoob's team? Like never, right? And I feel like, you know, what's the reasoning for that? Did they not really see them as competition, you know? So Gen G, like not even having scrim opportunities, placing in top 8 is a big blow up for that team. Do they make changes, or do they just kind of keep toughing it out? Fill us in on what's going on right now. Just a little bit of Rostermania. Nothing crazy, but like if one player leaves one team, then it could instigate other changes is all, right? So one confirmation is Cherish is no longer on TSM. TSM placed within top 12. They won like one series the whole weekend. They very much underperformed, and they know it. So they wanted to make a change, and the change is that Cherish isn't on the team, and the assumption is that it's Manny that's joining the roster. Manny used to team with these guys. They go way back. They used to take games off the top teams in the league as this 4-stack. So there's the history. So they could bring it back. I don't know. Or you could argue that the game's changed quite a bit. The meta is pretty solidified at this point. You know, it might make more sense to gamble on a, you know, younger, potentially higher ceiling player. would teams that place within top 4 make any changes? Like, I see some people speculating on whether or not like SSG would change or FaZe would change, right? Like for FaZe, definitely not changing. I can't see that team changing. I feel like they played really well, honestly. They made it to lower bracket finals, went out in top 3. That would make sense. SSG, I saw some speculation on Reddit. I don't know. Like, I think it would make sense for them to continue to stick it out till the end of May and see if they can build some more chemistry and come out a little bit stronger at Dallas. And if that's not the case, then I could see after maybe changes being made, right? Like if they place in the exact same place in top 4, or if they place even lower, let's say top 6 or something, then I could see that like moving the dial, because there's a break from the end of May to August until we have another tournament, right? So until after the next LAN, that kind of makes the most sense for me. That said, with what I saw at a SSG at Arlington, I'm kind of like not super optimistic about their ability to actually win something in a month, you know? Needs to lose Eco in favor of... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, obviously, I know that Eco's stats aren't, like, kind of at the level that people want to see in comparison to some of his teammates. At the same time, though, chemistry-wise, he's the longest-standing duo with Stellar. Out of all the available duos in the scene, these guys are the ones that have stuck around the longest at this point that haven't split. What about something like this, where it's like Snakebite instead has like Trippy or something who's been playing lights out? But why would Trippy make that move when he seems to be doing so well in FaZe? You know, it's like, and then where would Snakebite go? That's like an insanely high tier FA. That's also, he locked in at LAN, right? He played incredibly well at the tournament, so you wouldn't want to lose him either way. I don't know. It's like I wouldn't want to drop anybody off this team. I'm not gonna lie. But I also don't see their ceiling being, like, unless something miraculous happens in the next couple weeks, it's hard to imagine them beating Shopify or Optic. Did they get 3-0'd, right? I think they got 3-0'd by both teams, you know? So they put up a fight in first round of Oddball and Streets versus Optic, and then after that, it was just like there was no looking back. It just didn't seem like they could hang, and it's hard to imagine that in a month from now, that's suddenly going to change. So I don't know. It's an interesting position for sure. Eco's a GOAT. They're all GOATs, though. That's the thing. It's like you're looking at 3-time world champion winner, 1-time, 2-time, 2-time. Like, it's like on paper, we thought this team would be the team to beat next to Optic, right? Like, but yeah. Crazy, like finals though, right? Like when, like looking at Optic's gameplay at that tournament, like that's the best they've ever played, hands down, right? Like that's the cool thing about these tournaments is it is possible for teams to unlock a new level that just like didn't exist in scrims. And I feel like Optic was a perfect example, especially Renegade, but like the whole team collectively popped the frick off. But like Renegade played like a god. Like Renegade probably put down the single best performance I think I've ever seen from an individual player in a Halo Infinite tournament. I'm not going to lie. Like he's in the MVP conversation, like locked right now off of whatever he did. Yeah, it was nuts. Like every time we watched him play, I'm just like, my mouth's just fucking open. I'm like, this guy can't die. Macho, let's go, brother.
Oh, that is just good Halo right there. That is just damn good Halo. My God.
I'm back, baby. Let's get it. Should I keep going? Some damn good Halo is going to keep happening. 100%, man. We're going to keep at it. We're going to keep at it, Macho. Appreciate you, man. We got an online tournament coming up this weekend that apparently Optic and SR are not showing up to, is what I've been hearing. But, okay, so on the flip side of that, Shopify didn't look like themselves, right? Like the opposite can happen, right? Shopify did not come out as hot in grand finals as I thought they would. Like they played well in their maps that we know they typically win, like Fortress Bomb, and the Forbidden Flag was pretty crazy that they locked that in at the end. They definitely pulled out some ice in the second series, but like I don't know, they didn't fire on all cylinders in the way that I'm used to seeing them. Like Frosty didn't look like that MVP Frosty that we're used to seeing in the finals specifically. Yeah, overall I'd say he had a pretty good tournament, but like the finals, they just didn't. I don't know. And I was watching Formal watch it last night and just pointing out some of the like scammy deaths that like he had or even SR had, and some of the stuff he had like a valid point. Like one play where Frosty's like on sneaky on Origin and he just like shoots a rocket into a cave and gets 0 hit marker and then just dives out into like 3 players and gets melted. Like stuff like that where I'm like, Frosty's like not in that flow state where he's making every perfect play, you know, that I'm used to seeing. So yeah, so I don't know, like that Origin Slayer, I think that was like Optic coming out that confident in Origin was when I was like, okay, something's up. Like this team is coming in different. Like I see this bracket getting reset. Like, you know what I mean? Like I don't know, because they came out so hot in Origin. It's just like all the shit that I'm used to seeing wasn't there.
That is just damn good Halo.
Let's go, Slime. Welcome, brother. Prime Gaming sub. Slime Coon. This is the way. Appreciate it, man. I think Optic played like, yeah. So yeah, that's the cool thing about like LAN and like sometimes a team is going to show up and they're going to play like they've never played in their lives, and it's this beautiful thing. And that happened to Optic. And there are a lot of circumstances that I think allowed them to get there. Like you look at the run that they had to do, like Legend, that quote out of Legend, bro, that's like my quote now. We're just being tested. Holy shit. But that was their entire tournament run. We're just being tested, right? Like getting beat by Nemesis, having the power go out while they're getting beat, and then getting up the next morning and getting beat by Nemesis, and then having to face SR early, going down to the lower bracket, playing through the entire lower bracket, building up confidence and like revving up as they went. 3-0 reverse sweeping Nemesis in the lower bracket, right? They were down 2-0. Like the trials and tribulations, dude, the tests that they had to go through to the point where they were like this perfect freaking like, you know, well-oiled machine. When they finally went up at SR at the end of it, they were a different team by the time they hit the grand finals. On top of the audience that was rooting for them, like Optic, it's the Optic Major. They had more Optic presence and energy than any other team did. So that's definitely going to help with your, you know, your vibes kind of coming into things. But like that paved the way to their success in this like beautiful fashion, you know, like that other teams, it looked bad and it became what kind of made the difference, you know? Nemesis had that bad in tower bracket and fumbled hard. Let me just bring up HCS. This is what everybody's been doing. I feel like I don't know if I want to just like watch through this and sit with it. It's just something to have on screen. One game away from being out so early, Nemesis could have ended it. Yeah, that Aqua Bomb game that Optic played against Nemesis was when I felt like the series was over, though, personally, because they got like slammed in that bomb game, right? Like Renegade went like 30-13, like something ridiculous. And I feel like it's hard to bounce back from that. And something about the way that they played didn't look like themselves. Like I saw, was it Renegade? Or I saw some of the guys pointing it out. Like they're walking in like straight lines. Renegade just getting away with everything. Frosty was pointing it out, I think. Frosty was watch partying with Maniac, pointing out like all these like kind of uncharacteristic mistakes that Nemesis was making in that like Aqua game. I don't know. I don't know if I want to spend like too much time blocking into this, to be honest. Unless there's something specific you guys want me to skip to. What's the Rostermania? It's just one player. Cherish is no longer on TSM, but you know how Rostermania goes. If Cherish isn't on TSM, then what does that mean? Like, who leaves a different team to join it? So far, the conversation is that Manny's going to leave C9 to join TSM because he's got past, like, experience and a friendship with those guys. And if that happens, then C9 has a vacancy. And if C9 has a vacancy, then does Lethal come back to that team? Does somebody else get an opportunity? It's a domino effect, yeah. So don't expect the top 4 to make any changes. That's not going to happen. I would say everything underneath the top 4, you could see some changes for sure. And I would say like a team like Luminosity, when you've got a young kid like Avusi or Piggy, like some of the talent on Luminosity could get poached and moved on to different teams. They played extremely well online. They came out flat on LAN, so I could see that like leading to a team change or them getting like, you know, based on the other team changes that are already happening, some of those players getting poached off Luminosity because clearly those guys got individual potential, but it didn't come together in LAN. But maybe if you grab one of them like Avusi and put him onto a team, that could benefit a team, you know? Want to skip to the flag, almost finish on for Optic, followed by SR Cap when I freaking like died and then got a 100 gifted bomb, bro. X10's Fate. Thank you for the follow. I thought they had it. This shit sent me through so many emotions so quickly. Only Halo can do this, man. Like stress and excitement and relief and fear and freaking like all the emotions, bro.
And it's Royal 2 who starts running this flag, interestingly, through the sewers by the looks of things, as Optic find themselves 2 dead.
Brown needs to stay alive here, top middle. Was 2 dead for both sides momentarily. Let's see what Formal can do.
No one with the sniper control, though, for Shopify Rebellion. So Formal...
Watch my reaction to the flag. So I was thinking for content, I take the best moments from Grand Finals and clip it all together. That's what I think I'm going to be doing for tomorrow. If you guys are okay with that, it's good. Like the highlights that we had from the finals are really entertaining. It's not anything like revolutionary. Zapata, thank you for the follow. Welcome.
Kills Royal 2.
This here was such an observer moment though. Like he headshots him and it doesn't even register a shot on the screen, right? The shot didn't even like come out on the observer, but it like, you know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, like the crazy thing with Formal 2 is his sense is so like it just seems so much slower, and it is slower in comparison to a lot of other pro players. But he hits the shots, man. He still does what he needs to do. This, and then it takes him a while. He like takes his time, you know? Right? Like being able to wait for that moment and get the head out of everything in that exchange and not be like checked out by like this guy's like in his face like a fly. He's like a little wasp, you know, like flying around. Hits him with a beatdown thrust. And somehow he like does this little reposition that he needs to with the slow sensitivity that he has, you know, hits the perfect headshot. No, it's not even that. He's like a slower, more methodical like style of player, you know? Like I don't really think he's ever been that guy who had like crazy, you know, fast sensitivity, you know what I mean? Like I feel like his style of aim and gameplay has always been a little bit more patient. Kind of like I think Mikwin is also a slower sense player. I'd have to confirm.
Such a
I don't
small
know.
frame, I don't even think it was visible on our monitors. That was unbelievable effort from Formal to hit that no scope.
The YY sniper against Frosty, that was pretty cool. He hit the YY and he looked away as he did it and then snapped back onto his face on the bottom of the Fortress basement, right? Yeah, but Royal 2 has a higher sense though. Royal 2 is like definitely a little bit more like he's gotten pretty fast on the map, and like he's always changing his. I've seen him playing like 9 cents, bro. He's like everywhere. His sensitivity is like always changing.
Finally, Formal is cleaned out though, so they know the player is not behind them. However, still,
I feel like Formal stays relatively consistent with his settings. He like bumped things up by like 0.5 in the last season. That's about it.
Using these sticks, these blocks, these branches.
Yeah. What team do I support? I mean, guys, we were supporting the Green Wall coming through this tournament. It's hard not to. It's the Optic Major. You know, I mean, I was supporting them before that even happened, but like, it's hard not to like get that infectious feeling of satisfaction coming off that win. I mean, come on. Dad Opios, thank you for the follow, man. Welcome. That said, should we continue with so I kind of like this reality though, for the record. Now that Optic is won, like there's a lot of publicity kind of coming to Halo. More eyes are on this game, I think, as a result of that happening. You know, more people are talking about the game, and I hope it motivates the other teams to rise to the occasion, form some crazy teams, or like, you know, practice even harder to beat Optic. It's a reality that I think is more exciting for us as the fans. Would I continue to root for them in the next tournament? I don't know. Like now I kind of maybe Shopify should get the next one, you know, make it interesting. Just sink into that. Now, like, so here's the thing is like, I don't have like some deeply rooted fandom in like any specific team or player, you know, like I love Halo. I want Halo to thrive. I am a Formal fan. I think he's a cool guy, but like, I don't know. It's not like I don't have like a shrine or I don't have like I don't even have merch. I don't have merch for any team. I'd be down to have merch for a team, you know, if they sent it to me or whatever. But it's not that deep. You know what I mean? Like,
out of that scope, Bam will survive.
Yeah, because there's some of you guys in the chat are like, you love them. You love them. Just embrace it. Embrace it, Shyway. I'm like, bro, okay, whoa. Like, you saw the shrine? Fuck. Was it next to my Reddit recommendations? Shit.
You can see exactly why he's got the most black.
Bammy, you can't just come in my chat and say, how's your throat doing? You can't just, you know, like, I don't know. Out of context, that's just weird, man. I'm not going to lie. And it's kind of sore still. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, no, my voice is not fully healed.
He's running that flag, by the way.
Not fully
This might
healed.
be an opportunity to go 2-1
But we're
in
here.
this game. Cycle versus Renegade. Renegade will win that, and he's starting to get loud about
No
it
plushies
as well.
yet,
Formal,
Sense. No
by the way,
plushies yet.
as you can see on the indicator, as that flag back towards the
Full on
base, he's
optic
running
glaze.
into the
I'm trying to
front. He's
remain
jumping
impartial.
straight into Optic, who are now
I'm a
one
glaze,
flag
good
away
Halo. I'm here to glaze the good Halo. So whoever's popping, I'm glazing.
And just like that,
This is
the
the way.
game-winning flag on the board.
Flexion, thank you for the follow.
Whether they get this last flag.
Coming into that grand finals, like seeing Optic in that grand finals performance, they stole the show. You know, even if you're an SR fan, I'm sorry to say, like SR, you know, I had the expectation that they would win the tournament coming in. That's what my brain was telling me. But when grand finals came around, Optic stole the show. You know, like they set the momentum from that first series and didn't look back. Even though it became contentious towards the end, I thought, you know, maybe they're going to squeeze it out. I don't know. It definitely, like, I don't know. It wasn't the SR that I'm used to seeing.
Here in Arlington, or they play the clock. The win
I know.
condition is on the board.
And I still expect SR to bounce back stronger, and that's kind of the beauty of it, is these guys are true competitors. They're going to come back with a fire. I don't doubt it. But, yeah, I didn't get that vibe at the lane. We've been doing pretty good right here, Fatal. I'm not going to lie. It's fun hanging out with you guys and building up something here. Like, okay, something you guys got to consider, as much as I do love commentating, or did love commentating Halo, and would accept an opportunity if I was given one, there's no world where, like Onset and Bravo are, like, the marquee casters, you know? Like, those guys are the GOATs. They cast grand finals. The only other person who might get a grand finals opportunity is, like, if they throw Puckett in the mix. But even then, when Puckett was in, like, Raleigh, did they do grand finals? I think he did, like, lower bracket finals or something, right? Or, like, Walshy, they'll grab maybe Walshy Golden Boy for, like, lower, but usually it's Onset Bravo, and for good reason. Those guys are incredible. They've been doing it forever. They kill it. That is not a reality for me. You know, it's like if I grind for 5-10 years, maybe at some point I get my shot, you know, if you guys, we really kill it. But, like, when I'm here with you guys, I cast every game. I'm 34 hours I put in last weekend of just raw dogging it, bro. I'm like going in, I'm killing my voice, I'm screaming. You're seeing my reaction to every single match. It doesn't matter how low tier or high tier or whatever it is. From Saturday morning to about 3:30 p.m., I was just going in with, there were no casters. I was just like on every series, we swap series, there's no breaks. I was like, and I'm loving it because I love hanging out with you guys. So, I mean, this is a reality that, like, I can't even, if I'm being realistic, if I'm a commentator, I won't get those opportunities, you know? I mean, not for a really, really long time. Like, one day it'd be cool to host a grand finals or something like that, you know? But Lemon Honey, yeah, you know. Or just not talking. I've been trying not to talk.
We're gonna get a touch. Formal's dropping.
But yeah, like, realistically, there's something that we got here that's beautiful. I still have yet to actually, like, make real significant strides at, like, improving what we're doing here. We're kind of just, like, I'm giving you guys, oh, this is it right here, right? This is it right here. He kind of desperated, I'm not going to lie. Like, all things considered, like, he didn't need to do this. This is why it went wrong, right? Like, it's a 3v3 right now. They're in an even state. Legend just died. You got two players, like, yeah, like, they don't have, like, perfect map coverage in this moment, right? Like, if it's a flawless G slide, like, maybe this goes in. Wait, is this the moment? This is, yeah, this is the moment. This is the final flag. Thank you. Words to live by. Yeah, man. I just had, like, some water, and that was about it. Got to find longevity strats for my voice, or just be a little bit more strategic about how much energy I give every series. Because I was giving a lot of energy to everything, but it's tough. There will be a point where I'm not going to have the stamina, and we're going to embrace this while we can, I guess. But, and I hope that by that point, opportunities eventually come my way. We come up with new things to do, right? Like, what Maniac and APG are doing with the watch party is pretty incredible. Like, and the vibes are way more chill. Like, if I was doing something like that, I wouldn't be locked in, getting crazy, you know, screaming all the time, because we'd be interviewing, I'd be, you know, matching the energy of the people that are around me. So it'd just be different. So like, I'm liking this right now. We're going to give this 100. I'm going to give this passion and build this up as much as we can, because I think we got something kind of unique and special here. And then more opportunities, I'm confident, will come from it, and I'll adapt. ASMR, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Renegade overheated too. And now they're in an awkward position where they get an immediate pull.
Optic have the flag back at their base, but they do not have it capped. They need kills.
They can't get it. They do get a touch on it, right?
Respawn might be able to get a touch on this one. He does
Yes.
get it. Actually,
They die like trying to touch it and then go through dead. This happens too, right? Like, I can't see their POVs. This is the one thing about watching this back that's a shame, is like we can't snap onto individual POVs and say like, okay, Formal, did he like desperate this or something? Like, well, how did he die? He died to cycle, I guess.
Formal back off the respawn might be able to get a touch on this one.
And then Renegade has to dive at it, so he dies.
He does
Yes.
get it. It's actually Renegade who gets the touch.
3 dead, though.
But it's 3 dead for Optic. They were
Thank you, Jamie.
seconds. They were inches away from being your champions here in Arlington.
Tourney felt like Worlds.
Royal 2.
Bro, it felt like
Royal
Worlds
is
for
the
me too, though,
retake
yeah.
coming. Royal 2's running
And
this
I try to give it
right now.
that type of passion because I think it deserved it. But we might not see a tournament like that again, man.
It's tied up.
This is the way.
Halo always finds a way to surprise me, though. Gloxy, thank you for the follow, brother. Welcome. Like, this game never ceases to surprise or amaze when it comes to the tournaments, right? Like, so many different things happened in that tournament that have never happened before, like the power outage, but also that run at Optic. But there were, you know, other awesome tournaments before that where we freaked out in the same type of way. So it's like, well, I don't think we're going to see that again. I'm sure, you know, Dallas will bring something that we never could have, you know, expected. And hopefully it's good, whatever it is. It'll make it a big comeback, you think? I think now that we've entered a reality where, like, Optic are on top at the moment, it's got more eyeballs on it, and people also realize this game is fun as hell to watch, right? Like, I do hope that some new Halo fans were created as a result of that Grand Finals. This game's, like, more fun to watch than COD. Like, I saw tweets about that. People were saying, like, COD's, like, Halo's way more fun to watch than COD. From COD players, COD fans.
Legend does get the overshield though, so Optic will be able to keep pressure on. Legend can output damage onto
22K watching on Sunday. That's cool. It's still low for Scump, but it's good to hear. It's your first esport that you watch, Barbosa? Let's go. Generational tourney, yeah.
Renegade is the only spawner. It's a main ramp
I
flag run.
cannot believe this. Last shot's got this one up the main ramp. Frosty gets the first kill.
It's because of their control game type. That's what I'm hearing.
He's got this one back under the bridge.
So Viper.
Last shot, Legend, keep your eyes on Legend.
He kind of fumbles it a bit too, but it doesn't matter.
He can save the tournament for them right now, but all of Optic are falling. Frosty and Royal 2 combined.
That's cool to hear, D-Boy. That's the hope. Is that, like, maybe you come in because Optic, you know, brought your eyeballs onto the game, but that's not like the reason that you stick around. You stick around because you enjoy the game, because there's other players, other teams there that you know, are a fan of or whatever. I think the BR was better to watch. I think that the first season of Infinite definitely, like, overall probably more exciting. There was more weapons in the sandbox. There was, you know, everything was new and different. The BR, the sound of the BR, the look of the BR is definitely very iconic. So I think all of that, like, I can, you know, like, I guess empathize with. I don't know. As a competitive Halo fan, though, like, says somebody who plays the game, I appreciate this meta more, if that makes sense. So it's like, to the spectators that don't play Halo, year one probably more exciting. To the spectators that do play Halo, you have so much more respect and appreciation, I would think, for the current meta. If you're actually, like, grinding competitively.
3 dead for Optic Gaming off the rip again. Renegade is the only spawner.
At the same time, it is still exciting. It's not like, you know, it's not bad, but some people do prefer the BR, and I understand that. Lucid G8 himself? What, but it wasn't up to Lucid. Like, he had an important opinion in the exchange, but, like, all the pros kind of came together and said, we don't want this, or we want this, you know what I mean? So
Kills are traded out. They're trying to make something happen.
I like the
quickly,
Bandit.
and it might cost them.
3 dead for Optic.
I do like the position that the BR has in the sandbox. Like, it's not absent from the game, you know? Like, you still see it pulled out a lot, especially on, like Fortress we're seeing, or, like, Aquarius, where it's pulled off, like, at the opening strat. And, you know, there's, like, a duel happening at the start of the game from the window. Royal 2 made a crazy defensive window play with the BR during, like, bomb or something, where he was in the enemy base and he was shooting in his own base to defend the plant through the window with the BR. Like, stuff like that was still happening, you know? How do they vote in Halo? 9, 12 teams have to vote on something to get it out. What do you mean? To, like, update the game? Because it's not that simple. Like, I don't know if it's 9 out of 12. How do they vote? I don't know. It all happens outside of the public, like internally amongst the pros and amongst HCS. So we actually don't get any transparency on, like, how the decisions are made. But basically, we see that the constant, like, the common narratives in the community, and HCS is aware of them too. And there's a competitive insights team that is closely connected with pros, so they all talk, right? But not everything is feasible. Like obviously the developer team for Halo is very small right now. The game is like the engine that the game is ran on is like, the word that we've been using is spaghetti code. Like basically it just wasn't really built in a way that's easy to scale. So you've got a small team that are slow moving, that can only do so much. And then, you know, they're also trying to get like one opinion on what the way to move forward is, which is difficult. So I don't know. You know, the fact that we're even getting changes at all is nice, I guess. Like the star in the kill feed, the ricochet bullets, like that's coming in a few weeks, right? The ricochet sniper bullets is coming soon.
Quickly, and it might cost them. 3 dead for Optic.
What was the... Sorry, like, I just keep replaying the same thing. I'm not even really focused. I'm not going to lie, guys.
I don't know if he has the timing. Inside up.
They plant this, they get a counter, and they get stopped. They have a 4 dead and opportunity to counter pull.
And here comes the pressure. They're going
3
to
dead.
right into swamp. They're going to get a flag pull right away. They're going to continue the pressure. Frosty rotates over.
Was everyone saying they hadn't seen a run like Optics ever? So, okay, so it was the circumstance. Like, I made a tweet about that. I said, like, good luck seeing something like this again. It was the circumstances, right? Like, last year, yes, SSG had a big lower bracket run for SLC, and they actually almost lost to C9, which is pretty cool. But I don't know, something about this felt different. Like the power goes out in day 1 in a 2-0 with Nemesis, and then they lose the next morning and have to like regain through the lower bracket, and then they rematch with Nemesis and it goes to game 5. They 3-0 reverse sweep them. Like something about that was like pretty crazy. They 3-0 the other teams, you know, like I don't know, something about it, like the trials and tribulations that they went through felt different. But yeah, SSG has done something similar. They've done a lower bracket run. Did SSG go down in the first round to winners as well?
We'll play for map control. You've got to think ahead if you're Optic. You cannot let what just happened.
Wasn't a complete blowout in the reset? Yeah, so what happened? And that's the thing too, is the payoff wasn't as satisfying. That's the big thing, right? So SSG made the lower bracket run, and did Optic even contest them very much in grand finals? Like what happened? That SLC tournament, first off, that was the freaking reset cheese tournament. That killed the tournament so hard, bro. Grand finals had that reset situation where like Legend was having a controller issue and they had to like continuously stop the game like 4 times. And what is it? Optic won like 2 games and then they 4-2'd them or something like that. And then they just 4-0'd them in the second series. You know, and by the time we got through it, it's like, yeah, we're excited about SSG, but we were kind of deflated by the whole situation versus like the payoff for the Optic finals where Optic came out and freaking exploded off the rip. Like we saw gameplay out of Optic we've never seen. They were winning on their bad baps. Like they were going nuts. Legend ends the game with that like headshot flick in freaking Coliseum. Like the payoff like plays were insane. And then they reset the bracket and we get a grueler down to game 7, you know, with this chaotic game 6 where like we thought they were going to win and then they lose. It's like you're on the edge of your seat. It was the way it paid off was like a fucking movie, you know? That was different. Yes, yeah, sure, SSG played through the lower bracket, but their grand finals by comparison was nowhere near as exciting.
Next few moments of this game, Formal tries to get that flag moving.
It was the game 7 that did it, but also the way that we even got to the game, the plays that happened and we got there, the back and forth nature of the second series, the back and forth nature of this game.
However, kills are traded out.
And SR were the heavier favorites as well, so we expected them to come out hotter, and then Optics surprised us. Man.
Quickly, and it might cost them. 3 dead for Optic.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting too. Look, I don't even know what we're doing. We're just kind of talking, guys. I'm sorry. We had the whole dialogue about the Kason event, and then people saying, like, it's, you know, SR's win, SR's the better team. Like, if they reset the bracket, there's no way Optic would have won, et cetera, et cetera. You know, like, seeing Optic kind of come back despite the issues that they had been having online in the Kason land and play as hot as they did in Grands, like, that was a satisfying payoff. Move my webcam, dumbass. Where? Hi, Much Coder. Welcome to the chat. How polite of you to come in and suggest that we make an adjustment to the webcam. Like, I don't know where the fuck to move it. I'm not going to lie.
Legend does get the overshield though, so Optic will be able to keep pressure on. Legend can output damage onto
my voice has just recovered.
Burn, essentially. So an important play from Legend. Really, it's the denial of the overshield that's much more important than
my full beard on screen? No, actually though, where do you want me to move it? Can you give me a recommendation?
3 dead. for Optic Gaming. Off the
That's his first ever chat in my chat.
It's a main ramp
I
flag run.
cannot believe this. Last shot's got this one up the main ramp. Frosty gets the first kill.
All the reset stuff on LAN controller cables. His controller was malfunctioning and he was getting like mouse aim assist at the SLC major. So they stalled the game like and there was a crash. Stellar crashed in one of the games too. It was just it was just unfortunate.
Can't get close and somehow or other, Shopify Rebellion send us the distance.
And move it up 1 pixel.
Were inches, millimeters away.
No, it's fine. I'm not telling you guys to go after him. I'm just saying, can you follow that up with like an actual recommendation?
From Shopify Rebellion, they get the.
This is where my cam is always. Sometimes, for the record, sometimes the cam is in the wrong spot and chat's going so quick I'm not paying attention. So it takes, like, somebody had to send biddies. We're just being tested. That's what we got to say to everything now, right? Somebody had to send me biddies to let me know that, like, my cam was covering the kill feed because I wasn't paying attention. Or because I don't notice because I'm, like, locked in. I'm live, Trooper. What's up, brother? Rostermania. Yeah, nothing crazy, but Cherish is no longer on TSM. He needs a home. And then what does that mean for everybody else? So if one player is not on a top team, then the domino begins, right? Domino falls.
Expect 2 players positive on each team, 2 players just closer.
SR scammed a lot in that match. In Game 7.
Play it on. The kill.
I mean, even Game 7 was exciting though, because it was like a 3-point differential for the entire game until the very end, right? When Renegade 5'd cycle with the camo at the end, I was like, it's over. That was when I definitively knew, like, I'm like, okay, they won it. But up until that point, it was 2 things. It was Formal getting a massive trade, first off. Formal had to win a 1v1, because if he didn't, then Renegade wouldn't have gotten away with things in the way that he did, right? Because if Formal didn't win the 1v1, then instead of shooting Cycle, he might have cleaned up the 1 shot and then shot Cycle, and then Cycle would have gotten out. It would have been like a fucking, whatever, mixy situation. But Formal had to get a trade. That was huge. And then Renegade 5'd the hell out of Cycle and deletes his camo, and then that's game over.
Taking a deep breath. Let's not forget, we've also seen historic moments from Formal on Recharge Slayer before, right?
Yeah, that too. It forced him to reveal himself, I guess, as well. But in that situation, like, Renegade probably would have saw him anyway.
Who's on the other side of the stage right now? This is a historic battle.
He did the sprint strafe, yeah.
Where each of these players will
that shit works. Renegade did it at the end of the oddball game on Penguin. I'll show that actually in a bit.
Those stories will take place. Everyone's looking at Arlington.
We remade here, but
okay, so we pointed this out off the. Let's look at this closely, actually, because we pointed this out off the opening strat. Like, Optic definitively won the opening strat, and they usually don't. I think on this map, they've lost the opening strat a lot versus SR, but they win it. And Bound does something different.
One of the big parts of Halo history now. There's just a moment that will be remembered. The other.
Come on, game.
You can talk. It's just. And making a
do the sprint strafe claw? No, it depends on where your sprint button is. Like, I have sprint on a paddle. If you have sprint on left stick, then you wouldn't need to claw, right? If you have sprint on a face button, then maybe clawing makes the most sense, yeah. But if you have a paddle, that could be a good alternative. You just have to, if World 2 helps cycle, hold on. You have to understand intimately how quickly you can sprint out of, like, shot, right? Because you can't, I'll make a video of it. I keep saying I will, and I will eventually. You can't buffer your sprint out of shooting, right? You have to sprint the instant, the frame after your shot finishes. And learning that timing and being super flexible and consistent with that timing is key. Master, thank you for the follow. So don't worry about the look away part. Like, save the look away for later. Just shoot, sprint, shoot, sprint. Just get the timing down of sprinting out of your gunshot, because once you have the timing, then you can carry over the look away afterwards, right? So just, like, be really good at just sprinting after shooting. So you have to get the timing, because you can't just, like, buffer sprint in the middle of your shot. There's a timing to it. Profess, thank you.
On the line for this year, right? How do you start? Would be the 2 teams to watch, the 2 teams we knew would be in a grand final, but we had no idea it would be quite this good.
Worth it to learn sprinting with a paddle instead of L3. I use a paddle. I don't know if it's like L3 works. Like, an example, Shotzi plays Southpaw. So if Shotzi was playing this game, he'd be using L3 for sprint. Like, I don't know if he would make a change, right? Shotzi uses L3 for his sprinting, right? So if people can do it, it's not, like, necessary for you to make the change. But if you try it and you think it feels more natural, by all means. Like, when I played COD, I moved my sprint over to like left bumper temporarily because I thought for whatever reason that felt more natural to super sprint, like to double tap it.
This year ahead.
Anyway.
Let's take a look at the Slayer record so far.
7-3, 4 shot.
Paint my house. If I make a video about sprint strafe, maybe you can just give subs. How about that? Known degenerate. Thank you for the follow. I was gonna make a video about all the tech, not just sprint strafe, like just combat techniques, like strafing in general, late jumping, the sprinting. Here, watch the open strat. Division, thank you. So when Formal backs up, look where Bound is. Bound is here, right? Like, what did he do off the open? It's hard to tell, but like this looked like a hard counter to SR's starting strat. He goes under. So Bound's opening strat was to, instead of go tower and like chow directly, he went under through blue pipes and flanked. You can see him on the right. There, I mean, I just got a whiff of him. Shotzi plays southpaw, yeah. So he plays with his triggers flipped. He shoots with the left and nades with the right. He was there. He's on the right. He's in the blue pipes right now, right? Actually, wait, I can do individual frames. Woo. There we go. Like a true analyst. There he is, right? He's going through there. But the benefit of doing that is they have no idea that he's under there. They don't see him on when they're like jetting through towers. So they must have had a hard read on their open strat, and that started the game strong. Like that was the first thing I noticed. I was like, oh shit, like Bound, why is Bound back silo off the open? They're playing like super heavy. I think they read their opening strat and then just peeked on him or pinched him. You might get an audio cue, but like they're not thinking about this. They're coming through hot with their pre-nades, thinking they got a flank on tower, and then here comes Bound while Formal's playing passive at the door. One. Bound gets the kill on Frosty with the help of Formal. 2. And with that numbers advantage, camo is basically guaranteed. 3.
First 3 kills now.
That sets the momentum for the game going forward. Like that was one of their biggest like one of the important things they needed to work on was like starting the game strong. So like right off the bat, like
3-0,
wow,
Shroud
you know,
also goes down here on camo.
It's like they're hard reading their strat.
What an opening! What an opportunity for Optic Game.
He said it in the pod. Hard counted their strat. He said, "Yeah, bro, that's fucking sick." Like, and it's something that I noticed when we watched like Frosty and the team play live fire is they do actually do the same strats for the most part. Like in live fire from A, Frosty plays aggressive through mid. Last Shot plays passive, supporting him through mid on the A plat. Cycle plays left side and patiently on the doorway, or he plays out through the QT, like faster, let's say. Royal 2 either plays right side or bottom mid for the repulse. And they basically do the same thing. And Optic does the same type of thing as well. Optic like 3 stack, mid and C plat, and hyper prioritize the sniper. It's why Renegade basically spawns in with a sniper on live fire, because Bound backs up Renegade as he G slides in. Formal sits on the C plat in the bottom of the tower and nades it. And Legend pushes out Nest as like overextends to try to play for QT as well. He goes wide in the perimeter. And they were basically doing the same thing on land. So it is interesting because you could study a team's opening strat and actually end up countering that if you you know, pay attention. If they keep it consistent.
Green wall is going to be allowed for every single kill in this room.
I think that's just going to settle the nerves here.
Kind of video card? I'm not using a video card. Oh wait, what do you mean? Like graphics card? 3080.
That opening battle, maybe things feel a bit
I thought you meant like for capturing. I'm just using OBS.
The memories are erased. A 5-kill lead off the break here. Control of the map and
6-1 with got him spawning in A.
6-1 off the opening. You couldn't ask for anything better if you're on Optic Gaming and Renegade now.
Thoughts on the vet squad in Optic v New Kid pickup? Wait, what? Vet squad in Optic? Interested in my take on pros and cons between two teams. Optic isn't really a vet squad though, right? Like Legend had basically his first year on Infinite like a year or two ago, right? Or 2 years ago, right? Like he started, I guess he's been in the mix throughout the entirety of Infinite. What am I saying? But he started his career with Infinite. So I don't really know if I would consider Legend to be a vet. He's 21 years old. He's still a young gun. Bound is like 25 now. Renegade's 26 now. So they're kind of like getting up to vet status for sure. But I'd put them like more in the middle. They still have young gun energy coming out of Legend. And I don't know. Formal's got like a hunger to win that like almost supersedes his age, if that makes sense. The guy just seems like he's really freaking focused on winning. I do think that the young kid energy on SR is a real factor, though. Like, I think that Frosty and Royal 2 looked better this year as a result of Last Shot and Cycle, bringing like a new energy and passion to the game that maybe they didn't have in the previous years. Like, they kind of win. They kind of want to win for their teammates who haven't won. So there's like, they're kind of living vicariously through their teammates who haven't gotten a win. So I think there's value in that. I think SSG is kind of missing that energy. Maybe, you know, like, a reason to be super passionate about the win and to like push themselves past their limits, you know? What? Wishbone? Yeah, or you come up with some reason to get... We talk about it, like the Michael Jordan effect, where you're like making up drama to give you motivation to succeed.
Come to an absolute standstill, and this game has been these two series have been played at 1,000 miles an hour. That's how much this means. Legend's going to find one. That's going to keep that lead. And now, having been given the opening,
he hard locked into that one guy and let himself take so much damage.
And with the numbers that they have, Renegade's able to stay alive.
This doesn't go well.
Then he probably should have in that situation.
This is like a big turning point off the open where they like... This guy gets fumbled to collapse.
That's how much this means. Legend's going to find one. That's going to keep that lead. And now... He's
got no grenades. If he had a bank or something, that would have been so key. If he could like cancel with a grenade, right? So he like grapples and then nade cancels the grapple off the floor and then nade shot kills last shot. That would happen so much faster, right? Because he wouldn't have to like prioritize the headshot as cleanly. But he doesn't have any grenades.
Haven't been given the opening.
And then he just takes... Oh, and then he changes his mind last second, tries to kill Royal too. He dies here. And then Formal has a free kill. And he like uncharacteristically misses some shots that like I didn't expect him to miss. Right here, I was like, Formal's missing. Royal 2's a one shot, right? And he misses on this. I was like, oh shit. And then he dies. That shit got me nervous. I'm not going to lie when I saw him miss that.
By doing so, Frosty gets involved to take him down.
Get the feeling there should be even more than 10.
You wouldn't consider top 4 as a top team? What do you mean? I consider top 4 as a top team. Said that SSG have all the tools of being a top team. They play... Yeah, I mean, they are still a top team, but I guess they're not. It does feel like they can't contest the top 2, you know? They could put up a fight versus FaZe, but it seems like they are weaker versus FaZe. FaZe is a better shot against the top 2, but still also looks like they're getting a little outclassed. And then SSG, like, just seems to be getting 3-0'd, you know? So I'm like... Something needs to change, whether it's like a huge glow up in chemistry where they're on the same page more often, or like, I don't know. It's like, it's kind of hard to imagine them suddenly jumping into win position off of like in a month from now, you know? But I don't know. I also don't think it would make sense for them to make changes just yet.
At this stage of the game.
Yeah.
Trade comes in.
They play well versus everybody. They did have a lot of trouble versus C9. That went to game 5. That shit got kind of scary until the Slayer.
Even longer. And finally, he's taken down. It's 11-6. And to be honest, I feel like Shopify...
Like, imagine SSG went out like that. That would... It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate for any team to go out like that. Matty Grams, thank you for the YouTube follow. Like, playing in the lower bracket when everybody's left the venue. Like, that's how it was, right? At the very end of Saturday. Like, the audience was, like, not there anymore. They're on, like, a side station in the lower bracket. Like, less of the people are watching. And, like, it's past midnight in Texas. And SSG and C9 are still playing. I'm like, fuck. This is, like, the worst way to go. Lucian Stellar, good duo. They're still figuring it out, but they're individually, they're like some of the best players in the game, right? Like, they're disgusting. So, I mean, I believe in their ability to like to lock in and maybe surprise us. It's just hard to imagine when you see how confident like Optic and SR look right now. But I don't know if I'd call them like a duo yet, you know, because I still consider Eco Stellar the duo, you know what I mean? So they're trying to figure it out. Vibes, thank you. I appreciate the follows, guys. Slime, we got Slime, right? Shocks 7 stream. I don't know if it's coming in late, but I appreciate the follows, guys. Welcome.
11-8 now. As we see
Needs time to find their chemistry. They're 8 world champions between 4 players. They work as a team or they don't. I don't know. I mean, like we have who are we to know what it's like to be on their team? You know what I mean? It's like, if that's what they say they need, then maybe that's what they need, man. Like, I don't have experience teaming with world champions or even being like, I don't even have competitive experience. I'm not going to lie. You know, I love this game and I love the micro and macro aspect of the game, but I'm not going to come out here and like make assumptions that like, you know, chemistry isn't the problem. Thank you, Roman, for the YouTube follow.
Not important to get it.
Snakebite definitely played a good land, I'd say. Like, sometimes he looked like the MVP on the team.
That's everything. It really is just like last
He has had to pick up his speed. Like, I think the SSGs had to make changes to their playstyle more than any other top team, right? Like, because they're used to having a balance of players who are going to play faster paced and open things up for them so that they can play their game. Like, I feel like they're kind of forced to play a new version of their game, you know? Like, more so than Optic and SR. Like, one thing Renegade's been talking about where he's like, this team like fits him so well, Renegade was saying, because he can just do what he wants. He can play exactly how he wants to play. And that's really difficult to come by. And I don't feel like that's what SSG has. Like, I feel like SSG, they're not able to play exactly how they're used to playing and how they want to play generally. And they're forced to make changes to play like this new way to fit. And they're trying it, like Wes was pointing it out, I think too. He was saying maybe they got to slow down. Like they're trying to play too fast because they feel that they need to play fast when it's not like, you know, what they're accustomed to necessarily or something like that. I don't know. Yeah. But it like, those players generally work well off of fast players that open up opportunities. Like a player like Lucid or Stellar works really well off Bound and Legend. What's the T? Cherished is no longer on TSM, and we were talking about what that means for Rostermania. That's basically the T he runs here.
This is the way.
But yeah, that's the issue with the team. Killer Viper, thank you for the YouTube follow.
This is the way.
Is like Stellar is like got one of the best shots in the game. He works really well when like Bound is like when Bound's in the mix and like impossible to kill, then Stellar's like gets an opening where he just hits a nasty 5 or a snipe, right? It's like feels like they have to kind of change their play style to emulate like a Bound or Legend when it's not really authentically like who they are as players, you know?
With it. And look at the scoreline. You have a feeling Optic Gaming
Lucy's playing support heavy while also trying to be the main Slayer. Yeah, like I don't know, they're stretching themselves, sort of. This kill was tippable at a Bound. Like they needed to get rid of Royal 2. Yeah, they got to get rid of camo and get rid of it quickly. Like we were nervous about this when we're watching it. And they're like, oh, okay, he got him. Bound like slid out. Even if he dies here, he made a good play just by making sure he isolated Royal 2. Dominant voice on SR. If any, Frosty. 100% Frosty. Best Man is in the mix quite a lot. Kind of like Lunchbox. Like, Best Man and Lunchbox are definitely go-to like coaches. You can tell when you listen to the comms. Like, they're very involved. They have a lot of really good insight that doesn't flood the comms. And it feels like it kind of guides the team in the right direction. It fills in the gaps in knowledge. But Frosty feels like the IGL, like, hands down.
In their favor only by 1, but they have their first lead of this game. Remarkable.
Yeah, do we like that strat out of Frosty? We were questioning that strat like when it happened. I didn't like really like it. I don't know. Frosty's like he's in the MVP conversation, right? Like we know what he's capable of. Why is he burning half of his resources? It didn't seem like it seemed like I don't know, just kind of like they viewed Renegade as too powerful, and they're like, how do we shut down Renegade? We're gonna burn the ammo just in case he kills us. Like, I don't know. It just didn't seem like the confidence that you want SR to come out with. I want Frosty to come out and hit all 8 shots, you know, even though there's a risk. Yeah, it didn't really pay off.
Here from Shopify, trailing 6-1, they slow the game down to a crawl and somehow find the lead now, tied at 16.
Nah, I mean, I wouldn't call it cringe. Like, it is a genuine strat that you see in competitive Halo, especially in certain scenarios like I'll see Snakebite do it sometimes, or like other pros who like understand that any pro that understands they're in a bad situation and they could die. It's a good strategic use of the sniper to burn a couple shots and then try to hit the last one so that nobody gets it later, right? But the way that Frosty was doing it was definitely like, okay, we're hard countering Renegade. This is like, I respect Renegade's ability with the sniper. We got the sniper, let's burn half the freaking gun. Which yeah, it's like, I don't know. I think it didn't come off as a confident. It didn't look confident on Frosty and SR's part. You know, it looked like there's this demon. We have so much respect for his ability that we're going to like limit his resources. You know, it's like, okay, we're confirming that Renegade is the best in the lobby by burning sniper. Okay. He was going crazy. I don't blame him for doing it, but like if you want to come out and like come out with the most confidence, it didn't give me the impression though that he was coming out with the most. SR was coming out with as the most confident version of themselves, you know. But yeah, Renegade was playing like a man possessed, you know. Except this right here, like when he's in flow and like he's not missing his 5s, he's like right place, right time. Like I don't know, he's got some of the most disgusting, explosive gameplay, but sometimes he's a little bit like unpolished, I want to say, on like certain movement things. Like this grapple rotation doesn't quite go as expected. He like canceled it and hoping to perfectly sail onto the ledge and like bumped it on the way in. Now he's in an awkward spot, doesn't get a beat down. Or he does get a beat down. Nice. What's the beef between Formal and Bestman? Is there beef? I don't think there's any beef. I think that like we kind of, I think some of the pros just like kind of make jokes about Best Man for whatever. Like it sounds like there's like history. Like it's not beef. It's like it's banter. Like banter and history, just like out of for fun. You know, like there's no actual genuine bad vibes. But for some reason, Best Man is like gets the brunt of some of their jokes or something. Like I don't know their history.
For Renegade,
There's beef, actually? Well, can you give me some background reasoning or evidence that like supports that there's beef?
That's not working out.
Renegade wanted to capitalize on the damage at Whirlpool. Instead of grabbing the shock was not grabbed instead. They're now trailed by 3 kills.
Yo, one thing I'll say though, not to fan the flames. There's no formal. What's up, brother? Nah, fuck best man. That's exactly what I was thinking. That you got your summary right there. There's no beef, but fuck that guy. That's literally it. One thing I will say though, formal. I'm not gonna lie. What game was it, bro? Was it like game 2, like when they were playing against you guys and they won a game in this? I think it was in the bracket reset. And I'm looking at the team talking SR, and Bestman is laughing it up, bro. I'm like, Bestman is laughing it up back there, like coming off of the game 2 win or something. I can't remember what game it was. I think it was like game 2 bracket reset, and Bestman is just laughing. I was like, whoa, okay. Like, I don't know. I don't know what he was laughing at. He's looking too comfortable. It's like an inside joke. That's a good, yeah, that's what it feels like. Anyway, welcome to the chat. Sign. Trying to save vibes. Yeah. Nah, not gonna lie though, I love that. I saw that post on Twitter coming in. Here, guys, check this out. Actually, just speaking of formal, about coaches, because that's like, this is so valid what you guys brought up. Or it's not my lugs. Fuck. You were talking about Lunchbox, and I just love what you guys brought up on like what he brings to the team. This right here
makes you feel like
he just cares.
Yeah,
he
takes note of those things. It makes you feel like
he just cares.
Yeah.
He just actually cares about us feeling good and playing good, and like he wants us to win.
Yes.
Like he doesn't want the tipping, which is like the craziest part. Because like I've seen coaches in the past that are fucking grabbing the trophy themselves. You know, I'm like, what the fuck?
A win for
Jason,
me.
Yeah, Jason is just different, man. Like he truly wants us to do well. He wants us to win. He gets doped up watching us win, which is like only a selfless person could have that. You know what I mean?
Well, it's like he knows that feeling of what it's truly like to, like, some coaches only have coaching wins. He understands what it's like to be that motherfucker that's grinding out those series.
Fable. Oh, thank you for the gifted Fable.
That is just good Halo right there. That is just damn good Halo. My God.
Shit, that's loud.
He's been through that a bunch.
He takes note of those things. It makes.
Yeah, no, I just thought like that's so dope. I've been so focused on what he brings to the game during the game, but it really sounds like Lunchbox takes good care of the team, and I think that's like that speaks volumes, man. And like you can tell by the guy, he's very like he's a selfless kind of guy, but wanting that win for his team. He doesn't, the trophy's not his concern. He just wants to see the team play the best that they can. Like that's what the coach brings, and that's outside the game, right? So there's a huge component outside the game that keeps the vibes in check. That is like overlooked, So I agree, man. Goach, that was really cool. But welcome, formal. This guy coming out. Yeah, thank you, brother. Fable, I appreciate it, man. What's the Rostermania on? Cherish is no longer on TSM. So chat has been saying that like Manny is apparently going to join TSM. I understand that they got good chemistry. I don't know if that's a good enough change to like alter their placing in any significant way. I was thinking maybe obviously like a young kid pickup might have a better option, but I don't know. Basically, we're just waiting. Because if one player leaves a team, it starts a domino effect, right? So if Manny leaves, then C9 has a hole. There's Lethal joins C9, a lot of questions. Breaking Shot is maybe a good option. So the only reason I say obviously is because Druck played with obviously. So remember he subbed, if you guys weren't around, obviously subbed in for Last Shot for an online tournament, and they beat SSG. They like upset SSG with obviously during that online tournament. And so they have some history. So I was thinking like maybe that's an in right there. Lethal needs to be in a top 4 team. I kind of think this is vibey. Like he has, I don't know what the current relationship is with Boo Boo, but they seem like they had a good relationship, right? Lethal, Boo Boo, Septify, and Sab. If Manny does leave off TSM, then like low key, like this could buff C9 if it goes well. And it puts Lethal in like an IGL position, and it takes that away from Boo Boo, maybe, because I feel like Boo Boo's like kind of in like an IGL veteran position right now. And I don't know how much he likes being in that position, or I don't know. Like I don't know these players as well as maybe obviously as well as you do, formal, but I kind of like this. Boo Boo Septify go way back as a duo. Sab's been playing lights out Halo. He looked like the strongest player individually on the team at the tournament, right? Like he seemed to be the most consistent, like as a Slayer. This might have potential. Needs to go back to just shooting. Yeah, I was thinking maybe Boo Boo can just go back to playing his best game, Give me PJ and Lethal. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't see SSG changing anytime soon. Or sorry, at least until after Dallas, right? I don't know how SSG is going to somehow make dramatic improvements and contest SR Optic, because it just doesn't feel like they're able to hang at the moment. But would it be strategic to make a change a month before another major versus like, let's just keep trying? But I don't know, like, what are the vibes right now? Like, do they, that's what really matters. Like, do they believe that they could make significant changes in a month? They keep going. I really don't know.
Get away with this camo.
Safe to say, people are going to be talking,
Big trade there. 3 were dead. Renegade, last player alive. Might be
anyway.
Burn bottom middle. It was 3 dead for each side, and it's still just a 1-kill lead for
Manny's good vibes. And he's got a good relationship with that team. They used to be a top team, like top 4, and they could threaten anybody in the top 3 in a good day. So there's no reason why that couldn't happen again, but I do think it's been a while, and the meta's changed a lot since that team was together. Is that enough of an X factor, to benefit them? Breaking shot? I'll be like, something about this Ryan Noob team, I honestly don't know if they should change. Like, is it weird that, like, the 4 of these guys look good? I don't know if it's weird to say, but, like, I know that King Nick and Ryan Noob are a good duo. They go back to, like, E United, right? So they got some old, like, experience. For some reason, the general vibe of this team, like, makes sense to me. I don't know. And they've been completely under the radar, Gen G, right? Like, they weren't even getting scrimmed. Like, Optic, if Formal's still lingering, they never scrim these guys, right? Like, Optic never scrimmed them. SSG, I think, never scrimmed these guys. FaZe never scrimmed them. So they've been, like, outside the circle, and they still got top 8. So you got to kind of, like, tip that. Maybe they stick together. And maybe they find more progress, or I don't know. But I kind of like the look of the team, Like, it kind of makes sense to me. Ryan Noob is always he always finds a way to get another top 8 at least, right? Shycast ripped this weekend. The only thing that ripped was my freaking throat, bro. But yeah, thank you, son. I destroyed my voice, man. But it was worth it.
Wow.
Gen G scrim COL? That's fine. Yeah, that makes more sense. Bro, I remember when we watched this together, like, I literally called this like 30 seconds in advance. I was like, they're going to clear it. They're going to clear it. They're going to clear it. Yes, like, so fucking smart. Because they already know, like, they got 4 dead. The last guy has to be, like, C in this situation, right? So this happened. This is, like, I've seen this mistake cost teams before, but like, not Optic, not for a long time. There was definitely a different play. I can't remember what it was, but they didn't clear it. And they got destroyed because they didn't. Basically, that player was like hiding, and they split in pipes, and then it just creates like a pinch.
He's trying to up the pace. He's trying to take advantage, and he gets that shot back in their hands.
I saw some of the chat going like walling. If you 4 dead them, they spawn C and you collapse. Like, somebody has to be hiding. Check your corners.
Who pick up kills, and Optic now have a 2-kill advantage.
Renegade knows exactly where he is. Gets a straight headshot.
Last shot. Hiding on the crate, and now a 3-kill lead. The Let's Go Optic.
Eddie.
That is just good Halo right
3
there.
months, brother.
That is just damn good Halo.
My guy. Welcome back, man. Thank you.
Lower down a bit. Check your corners, and last shot does exactly that.
And just like this now, as it's 32-29, the first sizable lead here at the mid-game. Let's get to a listen with Optic Gaming.
There was something Formal was bringing up yesterday, is like that he was trying to listen more. This is one thing that, like, I don't think about much in my analytics that I wish I could, like, if there was a way, because you know how HCS records not just the gameplay, but they record the full listening, right? Because they do it for content. So maybe at some point in the future, we could watch some of these games back with the full listening. That might actually be decent content, right? Because, like, Former was talking about some of the stuff in the comms and, like, how he's trying to spend more time listening and, like, not calming as much, right? And there's, like, that adds a layer to the strategy that it's hard to like articulate or even understand that when I'm watching the game. Like, I don't understand how they want to play off each other, any mishaps that come up in the communication, etc. It's a whole layer to the game that we might be able to see if they recorded it, which I think they did.
The first sizable lead here at the mid-game.
Because I think Renegade the other, a couple hours ago, I was in his stream for a second. He was saying something about, like, I don't know, they kind of like scammed his fight, or they weren't on the same page or something.
Let's get to a listen with Optic Gaming.
Could have played it better, something like that. Yeah. He just kind of like dives into tower weak. Like, something went wrong here. And I guess we got the tail of the end of the comms here. Yeah. Allow access? No, they make it into a YouTube video. CDL does it. Yeah. HCS does it as well. They go like full series with comms. They show their cameras and keep the comms going the whole time. Bro, this made me so fucking nervous when I was watching this because like Optic's calling out one shots on every freaking corner of the map and Bound's like head on a swivel like he doesn't know who to help and then he's too late. This whole thing, I was like, fuck.
We're not there.
And then he's like, bottom A. And now he's getting into gold. He's like too late for the gold call out or the bat ledge. And like Legend just gonna lose the bottom A fight. I'm like, fuck. And then Bound whiffs the melee and I'm like, I'm so nervous right now. Yeah, he almost, if last shot just slides in and blames him, oh my god, that might have just won them the game. I don't know. Like if he just like headshots him blatantly here, just slides by, just hits his face off while one shot. This should have just been like an easy kill for Bound, right? That's the unfortunate thing too, is he could have just like executed the guy. At least he got the trade though. I'm like, okay, at least he got the trade. Yeah. And they go down here too. Hearing like 7 comms, bro. Every corner of the map, and he like couldn't get the timing on any of them. And that doesn't work either. Did he bump the roof somehow, bro? He got like an awkward jump timing or something, and he hits the top of the roof and then gets stalled in the air. Oh, that fucking blows. It's like kind of falling apart a little bit, right? James, thank you for the YouTube follow. Welcome, brother. He hits the right movement here. He's got a shroud in the back pocket. He uses it, right? He doesn't shroud, and then gives up the shroud. Oh. He bumped the roof. They got the cleanups though.
One kill, the difference between these two teams as we come out of the listening, and understandably Optic sounding a little bit stressed.
Frosty there alone in red pipes. They're going to try to collapse on him if they can.
TSM just changing one player
and they will be able
for now. Cherish.
Still just one kill, 40-39 in favor of Shopify.
10 kills to go for Shopify, 11 for Optic. Formal gets one. We're tied up at 40.
Huge live at a Renegade. Oh man.
Optic.
Watch the subtle movement stuff that you should be doing this in matchmaking, right? Slide, strong side, and then he's gonna cut right because he gets behind the doorway, like angle, right? Cut right because he's behind the doorway, and then cut left to cut this off. This one window right here, he could have died if they were watching it though. He could have died this one window, but basically the most efficient escape you can make though.
40, nothing between these two teams again.
Unbelievable. Optic.
Haven't gotten the raise in 4 years. What should I do? I don't know, man. Quit. Kidding. I don't know.
He does. 2 dead here for Shopify.
It's a 2-kill advantage for Optic Gaming. It was Bound with the first pick.
Do what you love, man.
With the second. Cycle answers back, but here comes Renegade. Here comes Optic. They go into a 3-kill lead. They just need
Formal won them the game. Can't cap. Yeah, Formal doesn't win that 1v1 or doesn't trade that 1v1. Yeah, they might not have won.
They're going to look for the opening damage here, but otherwise,
that's like basically that was the definitive moment in the game where we knew they were going to win, when that followed by Renegade 5ing Cycle with the camo. That was an insane 5. He 5s him like around the wall, bro. Natasha, hello, welcome.
Legend though, he's there to take down Royal 2.
We've been seeing this a bit too. Like I don't know if he would have. I think he still would have been fine. But I see pros do this sometimes where they sprint into a corner to shove their hitbox as far into the geometry as they possibly can, right? So they don't take like damage from something nearby. Right? And also by doing that, he kind of cuts the angle from the long haul, right? Like, so if he's sprinting hard into that wall, I think he kind of like cuts the long haul out of the picture. So if somebody comes up through C-plat, he can't get shot from somebody coming through long or killed by the nade as easily in this corner like this. Kind of crazy, right? It's also why, like, when people see people hiding, when you see somebody hiding in a corner, they say, like, why are they walking into the corner? Like, they crouch and they walk backwards. Like, why are they moving at all? They're going to give up, like, an audio cue, right? Well, jumping's going to give up your movement, though. If you jump, you're going to be lingering in the air, and then you can't control the whole time. So you got to be careful with that. But when people are corner camping, they're pushing backward into the wall and crouch walking, because I think the intention behind that is to shove their ass like through the geo as much as they can, so they're the smallest possible hitbox like coming out, even though you can't really do much. But I think that's the intention. Kept trying the sprint strafe and MM through the weekend. He said it came clutch in the 1v1 v last shot. Yeah, a lot of the pros are using it. So it's become pretty commonplace, right? Throwing in like one sprint. So we're in a Rostermania. Usually, what's up, brother? It's just cherished right now. So I don't know. It's going to create a domino effect. People are saying that Manny's going to join in place of cherished for TSM. And if that happens, there's a hole on C9. So we were thinking like maybe what if Lethal goes to C9? Like, does that make sense? Then that leaves a hole in Infamous. So, you know, stuff's gonna, you know, get mixed up. I was thinking like obviously might be a cool pickup for TSM because they played together and they like upset SSG in an online tournament one time, right? And this isn't fully filled out, but basically right now it's just cherished. People are saying it's going to be Manny joining TSM, but we'll see. We got to get you in the mix, Yuzi. Yeah, pick up the duo.
It is not done until it's done, and Cycle has.
You guys got close, right? You were one game away or something, one series away from pool play. That was pretty cool.
The camo is down.
Yeah, I mean you're making progress, man. I see it. We watched your matchup to get to pools. It was a rough one, but like just seeing you guys get that close was cool.
Renegade taking danger, taking some angles as Formal gets the 49.
Second time there, yeah. I was thinking that might be your first time breaking into pools if you got through, right? Yeah, you're knocking on the doors.
Here it is. Formal moves in. Formal gets the.
Okay, so yeah, this is where the game ends, right? Like this right here.
Now find themselves.
How does he play?
Yeah, I think you could see him using it kind of. Mailman, what's up, man? Lethal to C9. Did I see that right? What if Suspector comes back? Yo, Suspector just like casually won the FFA, didn't he? I heard the Suspector just came in and just like won the FFA, bro. Which credit to the man. I don't know. Does Suspector want to compete? Where's his head at? Where's Rain's head at? I didn't even think about Rain, right? Ryan got Rain to come back to competing. Can Ryan do that again? Is he even somebody that should be in the mix right now? I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. This was just a speculation. Like, if Manny leaves C9, then is Lethal, like, does he have a good in? And then he jumps into a team that just won top 6. Like, can he push them a little bit higher? Can it take some pressure off of Boo Boo as IGL to do what he does best as a shooter? Wait, he was training for it, though, every day? What are you talking about? He wants to compete in second split? Suspector? Can't come back until the last 2 HCS lands. What's the reasoning for that? Did Goober win? Am I tripping? Okay, chat came in. Somebody came in. Like, people came into my chat and they told me that Suspector won the FFA. So I'm actually not going off of facts. This could be my bad. No, 8-1. Yeah, usually I would expect somebody like Goober. Goober's won a few, right? So Goober's like, he's like a top tier FFA guy. But yeah, I heard Suspector won. Is there going to be any movement from the top 4 teams? Probably not. Mainly because there's a tournament coming up in a month, right?
This is the way.
Coke, thank you, brother. Welcome. Kind of crazy, but this weekend is like the online open or some shit, right? So we have the first open in preparation for the last weekend of May, the DreamHack event, right? So it's hard to imagine SSG suddenly getting good enough to start beating Optic and SR in series, because they just, at the moment, it just feels like they're struggling to hang. They got like 3-0'd by both teams, right? But at the same time, like, do they have any better option than what they currently have? And does it make strategic sense to make a change? I feel like no. However, if they stay in the same place, which is 4th, or they play worse coming out of DreamHack, then the conversation will be happening, because there's a large gap between end of May and August for the event after that. So I'm sure people will be speculating on whether or not they'll stay together after DreamHack if they don't find improvement, basically. His contract, Suspector said on stream. So wait, he has a contract that prevents him from competing in tournaments? Seems weird to me.
That is just good Halo.
Fracture.
Right there. That is just damn good Halo.
Let's go, brother.
Oh my God.
SSG would be foolish to stay the same after this land, you think? I mean, they still placed top 4. They had some moments of brilliance for sure. It is hard to imagine them beating Optic or Shopify, but what would be a better result, right? Like, I think FaZe is in a pretty solid spot right now. They could probably stick together. I loved their vibes, by the way, in the listen-in. This team had the most unique listen-in we had ever heard the whole tournament, right? Their listening was like fucking chill. It's like they were like, I don't know, like they were playing like matchmaking or something. Like their listening was like, it was chill vibes the whole way through. Nobody was getting overly energized, but it felt like it complemented the team like really nicely. So I was surprised by FaZe, even though they had trouble with Optic and SR, like noticeably. They seem like they're in a slightly better position, and maybe they could see, who knows, a glow up or something for the next lane. Woodham to SSG, that would definitely shake things up big time. If that happens, it would shake things up big time. You guys, but like, I don't know. Look, there's a lot of longstanding, like Eco Stellar is a longstanding relationship. It's hard to imagine this duo separating, even though I know a lot of other duos have separated. But that would start some sort of a, and kind of like, I kind of don't like that idea too, because Nemesis came out so hot that it was kind of inspiring. You know what I mean? Like, are you going to cut Woodham out of something that could be special if they keep with it, to put him on SSG and then once again gimp the European rosters? Because that's kind of like what happened when Legend left a hole in Quadrant, and then last year, the European teams, they played pretty well, but they kind of struggled to maintain the standing that they had with Quadrant with Legend, right? Woodham to replace Eco. Yeah, I don't know. Woodham's definitely nasty. Legend needed to leave Quadrant to win. Yeah, no, I know, but then it also kind of gimps the European scene at the same time. You've got this this is sort of like the current EU God Squad that has a lot of potential. So part of me is like inspired by what they created and wants to see how well they could play in the future, how good they could get, right? Could they continue to improve? Or, by removing Woodham, are you stunting that completely and putting EU back in champ? Then you're going to create some sort of Rostermania in EU, I guess. Maybe Mighty's jumps in, and then maybe somebody else from it, Bastos or something from a different team has to fill in a spot. Who knows? Lucifer Gunny. Oh, man. Yeah. Woodham POV is like the best of the options, maybe, right? Like he's definitely gross. He did really well. Yeah. Nemesis definitely kind of had Optic's number, They took a surprising number of games off Optic. 5 games off Optic, right? They put him to 2-0 twice, I think. Optic had to 3-0 reverse sweep him twice. Or once, right? Sorry, they lost the first series. Put them on the same level as Precision. Feel like they get more attention. Yeah, Precision played pretty damn well. Complexity came out a little hotter than expected initially, but then eventually kind of landed in the place that we sort of expected them to. You know what I mean? Like, in the end, the most disheartening thing about Complexity was the fact that, like, Sparty lost to Rhynoob. That's how they go out the tourney. It's like, that's how it's got to end, bro. I don't know. Beat by Genji. I'm like, after, like, the progress that they seem to be making on LAN, I'm like, I don't know. I'm watching their team. I'm like, they look better on LAN than they did online. I'm like, maybe they can go far. Maybe they get at least top 8.
This is the way.
And they get beat by Genji, bro.
This is the way.
The Nemesis. Is it Synchronics? Thank you for the follow, man. Give SSG time as they are. They have to make some big changes, and they clearly know it and are working on it. Sometimes you just have to work hard and trust the process. Nella, I agree with that. I think that's the best choice for SSG right now because time is of the essence. Okay, guys? We got 1 month out. Let's see them lock in, give it max passion, try to iron out whatever's not working in regards to chemistry, and bring their best version of themselves for DreamHack. Unfortunately, these are their circumstances. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't go well. They've got a 3-month window from the end of May to August to make a change, right? And that seems like it makes more strategic sense. Then you could justify, maybe if Woodham has a second lights out tournament, then you're like, all right, we're going to try to poach this guy. Make some changes on SSG and spend the 3 months building this new team and see how far it can go type thing. But that would create a pretty crazy roster video. I'm not going to lie. Like, because then you have you would have one of these guys like Eco or Snakebite or somebody on the market who's like a world champion winner, top tier FA, Who would pick up Cherish? I actually don't know. I'm not going to lie. I don't know too much about, because a lot of the reasoning behind picking somebody up comes down to like just interpersonal relationships. And I know that Cherished seems like a vibey dude. I'm sure he's got some good relationships with some of the pros, but I don't know much about that background for him, so I don't know what his options would be. I think, yeah, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Like, it depends on what else shifts around. Like, if C9 Lethal goes here, which is just a huge hypothetical, then maybe that leaves a hole in Infamous for Cherish to team up with these young guns, because you still got, like, This is like, there's a lot of talent here with Collect, Ezo, and Descendant. You know, do these guys split up and move around? Does Cherish get poached on? I don't know. Like, he could go any number of ways. I have no freaking idea. Can't expect every top team to just click as good as SR did. Yeah, no, they clicked hard, man. They clicked so hard that they like became splitting images of each other, bro. Like, Last Shot personality takes after like Royal 2 in like an uncanny way. I'm like, bro, these guys click so hard they sound like each other. What's that? X out. But when I try to do, where's the X though? Because like last time I tried to X this shit. Oh wait. Oh my god, that was the. Thank you so much, man. That was a goated recommendation. Anyway, this is all just a big hypothetical conversation, guys. I don't really have like a lot of substantial intel, you know, just that Cherished moved and that other dominoes have to fall in response to it. So we'll wait and see, right? I like this stuff. The Rostermania is fun content, even though it's not fun for the pros, you know? It's kind of a chaotic and volatile situation, and I don't, you know, I wouldn't want to be in this spot, you know? Like, a team like Luminosity looked really good online, but underperformed on LAN. They didn't win a series on LAN, so they placed in top 16 out in the pool play, right? But the talent on this team is apparent. So I could see them splitting up in different directions and filling in different teams as well, right? Lose nights of sleep? Wait, why do you lose nights of sleep? Gotcha. HCS GA mid blitz. Huh? There's an actual Rostermania. There will have to be other changes as a result of Cherish not being on TSM. BB Slam. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. If there's a hole on TSM, then there will be a hole on another team to fill the TSM hole. So if it's Manny, this sounds weird. If it's Manny leaving C9, then C9 has a hole now. And then somebody has to leave to join C9, right? Maybe it's Lethal. And then Infamous has a hole now. And maybe Cherish just goes there and they plug it and that's the end of it. Or maybe not. I don't know. So something's good. Little things will change. It's not going to be as chaotic as the previous season, that's for sure. Because the top teams aren't going to change. Not yet. We'll wait until after DreamHack. A vacancy. There will be a vacancy on the right. I don't know, bro.
Has the
Giggity.
Tournament
What's up, Timmy?
in his hands. Down by 2. How does he play this?
That was absolutely massive. If Formal doesn't get, like, if Cycle enters the fight a fraction of a second faster, that trade does not go through. We can't see what's happening on Formal's POV, but apparently he's pulling off the jab step. He's sprinting. He's wiggling.
His hands.
There he is, little crouch. Look at all the enemies in vicinity. This could have gone so badly. Just getting a trade in this situation is huge, bro.
Down by 2. How does he play this?
Because he gets that trade, Renegade has it. First of all, it full exposes Cycle when he fires the shot to the backside. Like, Renegade has an easy aim assist free opportunity to shoot this man in the ass. So it exposes Cycle, though he probably would have saw him either way. But if Renegade's back there and has to clean up a kill and kill Cycle, there's no way he gets out. But he just fives him outright. This was huge, right? Look at this. Bam, he's like around the wall, and he still hits that final headshot. When I saw this happen, I'm in my head, GG's. It's done. I didn't want to call it in the broadcast because I don't want to freaking curse anything. I don't know, but in my head, I'm like, it's over. They killed Cycle with Camo. 47.
Down by 2. How does he play this?
Formal gets out of that situation with the trade.
Yeah, you could say he scammed. He definitely could have, like, you know, I don't know if he could have finessed this to live a little bit better or something. Like, he didn't, like, move poorly in reaction to Renegade.
Down by 2. How does he play this?
Formal just, like, iced up by winning that 1v1, and that incentivized that he fired a shot. Like, because if Cycle doesn't shoot anything, then Formal could have got a shot on him as well. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he kind of had to, like, shoot something. Maybe he could have kept walking. Maybe the best play would be to not drop. Like, to walk forward and get behind the pillar.
How does he play this?
Here, just walk this forward and get behind the pillar. And then he could back up. Once he gets his camo back, he can walk it backwards and stay out of the nade range. Maybe he lives that way. Maybe he can get behind the pillar and then sprint slide out the A door and live in bottom mid. It'd be mixy. I don't know. But Renegade was icy. I don't think he thought Renegade... Well, there's that. I don't think he thought Renegade was going to 5 him so fast, too, bro. This guy just ripped him. Is the title clickbait? A little bit. We had one player change, Matthew. Go back into YouTube if you don't mind. We've been talking about it a bit. Cherish is no longer on TSM.
And Optic now find
create a team to crack the top 4 out of non-top 4 team players. Who would I be choosing? Fuck. I got no idea, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Create a team out of players that are not currently in the top 4. I guess I'm like constructing something with Woodham. I don't know, bro. I have no idea. I don't know. I would take like Druck with Woodham and like, I don't even know. I feel like not picking, like maybe Precision. I don't know, like not picking, but the chemistry would be terrible. There'd be no chemistry whatsoever. And then anybody that I don't pick, I'm like, fuck, I'm limiting myself. I can't see a team that could be created that would be better. That would make sense in my mind. That's all. Like, I could mismatch a bunch of players together and be like, okay, these guys look really talented and maybe they can contest, but like the chemistry wouldn't make sense. So like something, there's nothing here that like makes sense in my mind that's going to suddenly be better, you know? Renegade gets the MVP of the tournament, hands down. Yeah. He was consistently, and also I think his KD stat was the highest ever recorded in a LAN major. I might not be right about that, but it was like nearly 1.4. I think that might be the highest LAN major kill death achieved. I don't know. Somebody confirm that.
Sure that they burned camo, and he does it so well. Now 48-44, 2 kills to go for Optic.
Royal 2 gets 1, but it is just 2 to go. Renegade taking danger.
But yeah, he just looked like a man possessed, man.
Formal gets the 49th on the board.
By a mile? I don't know if I say by a mile, but like he definitely, he put down, his gameplay looked better than I think I've seen any individual player play it maybe ever in LAN history for Infinite. I'll just say that. That's how good it was. Like, I don't think I've ever seen somebody consistently fry as hard as he did for an entire LAN like he did. Stellar had that crazy tournament, SLC. Maybe that's like a close second. Stellar with a sniper hit some like robot shots. He was like robot mode Stellar. But Renegade from like as a full player, not just from sniping, but like also like overall with the bandit, just the general like work that he was doing around the map was like, he was unkillable.
Renegade.
Better, no, in Infinite. In Halo 5 is a different story. I don't know, you know. I remember Renegade and Shotzzy would trade the spotlight back on Splice back in Halo 5. That's a different story. But Shotzzy, I want to say, was more the standout in my mind back then. But as far as like one individual player standout across a tournament in Halo Infinite's history, like I think Renegade takes the crown for that one. So much so that he's in the conversation now, but there's a recency bias for the MVP award, right? Like I think whoever pops off the hardest in the tournament before Worlds might have the best chance of winning overall MVP. We'll see, right? But you got to keep it going, right? Because next tournament, it could be Last Shot. It could be Frosty. It could be somebody else.
And Shopify turned up. Here it is.
Didn't lose a 1v1? Yeah, I don't know. It didn't look like he was killable.
Gets the kill. Formal gets the kill. And Optic will complete the ultimate story.
So the end of this, I was like, Formal runs for the trophy. Watch Formal beeline that shit so fast, bro. He's not running, but he gets up and he goes right for it. The little props.
Champions here in Arlington the hard way, the most difficult way possible. But they reset the bracket, they break the curse, and they could call themselves champions.
I definitely oversold it in the moment. I was like, he runs. This guy ran he didn't really run, and I was like, that's like the biggest smile I've seen in years, or something like that. I don't know. I definitely oversold it, but
picks up that trophy because Optic Gaming has earned it through an arduous offseason.
Rostermania, any summary? Cherish is no longer on TSM. That's all we got right now. That smile, that's it right there.
From the elimination bracket.
He had a bounce in his step. He had a bounce. He got there first. He knew exactly where he was going. This right here, yo. He's so relieved, bro. Like that, I'm just like feeling it vicariously through the sigh of relief, bro. The curse is broken, bro. That payoff made it worthwhile, man. That made it worthwhile.
And as you can see on your screens, justified in making the changes. Your HCS Arlington Major 1 champions are Optic Gaming.
And not just that, but with this victory, with the team
so
change,
different
the
now.
second place curse for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, I don't know. With
is
every game, you've got
officially
new
broken.
people in the mix for sure.
Here and now, your champions.
Where was Formal in the top 25 when they made it? Was he even in it? Because like he only played for Region 4, right? So like, I don't even know if he was in the conversation. If he was, like,
The Optic Major doing it in their own house to start the 2025 season. And
now
as
it
you
would
say,
be much different.
justifying one of the most historic
He wasn't
and
in it?
controversial team changes.
It is still recovering. You can tell, right? Fuck. It's worth it, though. It's worth it. My voice is still going through the ringer. I'm not going to lie.
Competitive Halo history. But you heard it
I
from
wouldn't
them
take
before
it
the
back
event. We made this
for
team
anything.
change for a reason. And we knew it could be the best in the world, and right now, that's where Optic Gaming is.
Do they have every series like individually, or they have highlights? So I learned that on YouTube, you can't stream like more than 12 hours and have the VOD record it. What day is this? If you hit the 12-hour mark, then the stream just ends and it stops recording, basically. Day 2 championship bracket. Where's the Optic FaZe matchup?
And it kind of just fits into his natural playstyle.
Based off the poor performance. The Charlie side, nobody.
A finish on side.
When it matters most.
Oh, this is day 2, my bad. It would have to be day 3.
From all of 2020.
Hey, no Bandos. Thank you for hanging out, man. Gonna eat some dinner. Have a great night, man. They have an old Halo Pro in the top 20. Yeah, Victory X was in there. I mean, yeah, there are. I think he was in there. There are a lot of. It's so weird. You can't make a list like that, man. You know, it's like what are you comparing Ogre 2 to like Shotzi, bro? Like what? I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. There's no way you don't piss people off. It's just impossible to not like. You know, but I guess they kind of knew that coming in. They did the best that they could. They made some content out of it. I like the little docu-series they did for every player, right? Once they got to like top 10, they had like a little video on Ola, video on Roy, and, you know, all the top players.
24. All right, let's kick this top 10 for the 2024 season off the right way.
Have an Optic like year from last season just placed. Wait, what? Cherished is no longer on TSM, and that is a domino that will shift around some other teams. We talked about it a little bit earlier, guys. And just, you know, I just offered some speculation. Gamer Dad Trippy. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it, man. Welcome. But yeah, not much has happened just yet. That is like, that's a big enough domino that it will cause changes to other rosters, so stay tuned. He was on TSM. Yeah, they underperformed. They placed top 12, so I'm not super surprised that a change is happening. But it means that like the word right now is that Manny is joining the team from C9. So that would mean that C9, who just placed top 6, now have a vacancy. The only reason he'd be joining is because they have like a past friendship and a lot of history. This is such a long series because it bracket resets. Is it guaranteed that Manny is joining? So if that's the case, then C9 needs a new player. Could they pick up Lethal? Could they pick up somebody else? They played together and got third? Wait, what do you mean? That's your justification because of their past? Not because of an actual... Do you have any credible source to back it, I'm saying? Uploads the games if I don't want to go, oh, I see. Thank you, Betrell. They gel. Yeah, you know, I think that's all logical. Like, I think Manny is a good, like, that's a good idea that, like, but until it's confirmed, I'm not going to say that's 100%, right? Because Manny is Manny going to want to leave C9 where he just placed top 6 to join a team that performed worse? That's a risk for him. Preston, thank you for the follow, man. They gel well. They used to play on KCP and Fung 4 back in Halo 5 before KCP even was a thing with Infinite, right? So yeah, they used to take games off like some of the top teams on a good day for sure. They placed within top 4, top 3. But is that enough to shift the needle and like give them better placing in the current meta with Infinite? Chardy, thank you. I was thinking maybe Obviously would be a good in or something like that. He's a young gun. He's got talent, and he played with Druck in the team as a replacement for Last Shot during an online tournament where they upset SSG. So like if he still has an in with them, Luminosity underperformed as well. Maybe they poach a young guy that has potential. And yeah, anything could happen. So I was thinking like there are other alternatives that could take place. The other person I was thinking was obviously, basically, if that's even still a conversation. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's Manny. And if it is Manny, then it opens things up on C9. Other player, like somebody else might get a boost into C9 that, you know, wouldn't have had it otherwise.
Just a little bit. One more player.
Ex-Cardinal, thank you for the follow.
Now,
Welcome.
Optic Gaming still on the ropes a little bit.
The bomb game that Optic played was satisfying as hell to watch as somebody who's been watching all of their scrims, right? Like, we've seen all their freaking scrims. They struggle with this map. It almost doesn't matter who they play. Hero Season, thank you for the follow. They would lose to SR here, and they still lost to SR here. SR are nasty on this map. But, like, I came into this series, we looked at the layout, and I was like, oh, shit. You know, they could lose to FaZe on this map. I wouldn't be surprised if it happens. They come out with the best game of bomb I've ever seen them play. Maybe ever seen, like, any team play.
Packing and focus on a championship.
Wins COD champs in 2019 pretty much stopped him from going back to Halo. Imagine if he actually came back to Infinite. It'd be cool. Yeah, if he didn't have like a freaking glow up instantly. He's just that guy though, you know? I'm not surprised. He was that talented. Coming from YouTube Shorts. Cool. Happy to have you, Cardinal. Let's go. Haj Beats. Thank you for the follow, man. Welcome. Or Haji Beats.
Can they make anything more of it?
FaZe was sneaky good. Well, bro, Trippy had the best highlight plays of like the whole tournament. What was, I don't know. It's like, I know Trippy's a great player, you know, don't get me wrong, but like he, like next to Renegade, bro, Trippy was like putting out the MVP vibes, man. Like he had some crazy freaking plays.
Hadn't been all weekend long right now, and that body shot onto the player and suppressed
I was very impressed. Very impressed by Trippy.
Now also in the hands of Optic Gaming, I believe it's Formal and Renegade. Worst case scenario if you're FaZe Clan with snipes, and Formal is at your base. You have
yeah, so the start of this game, Formal, I think he talked about it on his stream or something. He flanks their back tower. The key to success, get 2 snipers, it's GG's basically on that first bomb, right? If you're locking down the angles.
First 2 kills going in favor of Optic. Can they make anything more of it?
Formal finds an opening and he gets through. He gets under the arches, I guess, and we saw him when we were casting it together. I was like, Formal's flanking. This is a huge flank.
Renegade not missing with snipe. Hadn't been all weekend.
That's the talking point right here is look what this guy's doing, right? They're going to steal their sniper.
Right now, and that body shot onto the player and suppressed.
Cool. Now they have 2 snipers. One thing that Formal mentioned that I didn't consider is how they're communicating the angles they're watching, which I can't remember what he said, but like he told Renegade to watch specific angles only, and he's covering the other angles that he's not watching. It's kind of, that's a cool thing that like I don't think about when I'm breaking down gameplay is the comms between like how specifically they're locking down the setup, right? If Renegade only has to isolate like 2 or 3 different angles, it's way easier for him to like guarantee hit his shots instead of worrying about a different one that Formal's got locked down, you know?
Had the FaZe Clan snipe, so FaZe Clan snipe now also in the hands of Optic.
Who's the worst player? Bro, I don't know. Let's not into that. I think the cool thing about Optic is they do all bring something valuable to the table, you know? It doesn't always play off the greatest, like, stats don't tell the whole story, but like when we watch Optic play and we look at their scrim statistics and the numbers they put up, like generally speaking, Formal has the most assists and most damage. Like that's kind of his thing. He's dealing damage. He's assisting kills. He's not getting the most slays. It doesn't always work out for him being like a main slayer, having the highest KD on his team, but like he's generally doing a lot of damage. He's got high accuracy, generally the highest accuracy on the roster. Bound and Legend, they sort of like are in between in like flex. Legend does a lot of OBJ work. Bound does as well. Bound's like, they open up the map, right? They make like chaotic, fast plays that often result in like death, especially with Bound. He makes some risky plays, but he finds trades in situations that nobody else can find trades. This guy will like fucking fly. Like, you know, he'll go for shit that like Formal wouldn't even think about. He wouldn't even entertain, you know? So like they have a different kind of like, I don't know. They like, we'll call them like the fucking battering ram type players, right? They do crazy, unpredictable shit that's really fast in the map, that opens up the map. And then Renegade generally has the most kills and the highest KDA because he's a little bit safer than the others. Though he was playing like a freaking monster, but he cleans up kills. If you look at their stats, Renegade generally has the lowest damage, but the highest kills in the scrims. All 4 put on max dam. They all do a lot of damage, sure, but interestingly, Renegade will have the highest kills and the lowest damage, which tells you that he's just cleaning up a lot of shit, you know, because the Bound and Legend are kind of, you know, getting mixy, buttering him up, you know, and Renegade's dies the least as well. He's got the highest KDA, so he's generally playing from safer positioning. He's prioritizing the sniper, you know, the power-ups and stuff. maybe a little bit more than the other players, so he gets to stay alive more. He gets to reap kind of the benefits that his teammates create for him. So they balance each other out nicely. So yeah, I wouldn't say there's any player that's like bad or like the worst or whatever. You could say that like there's things that Formal can't do that other players can do on the team. That's facts. But I think that Formal brings enough to the plate to compensate and to be valuable addition to the team. You have to think about comms as well. Formal's definitely the IGL. He's bringing the most as far as the communication to the team too. So they balance each other nicely, I would say.
And Renegade, worst case scenario
at the moment, until something goes horribly wrong. I don't know.
You have so much to worry about. These side wins are so difficult. The bomb is going to be underneath, not being able to be played.
Interesting.
Best OBJ, bound best. Yeah, I don't know. What's a fragger versus Slayer? What do you mean? Like his ability to like get kills that like he shouldn't get away with? Because I think Bound has this ability to survive in situations he shouldn't live and to get kills he shouldn't get. Blondie, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. I knew I had to like reach out, just tell you congrats, just after that whole freaking, just that whole year, you know, all the just the dialogue coming out of Rostermania and people's expectations on SR winning and everything. It's just been a freaking roller coaster. It was cool to see that tournament pay off the way that it did. You know, it's like. Anyway, very satisfying.
Center, but I feel like FaZe is, or sorry, Optic is fine with either one. Yeah. The fact that they just got touched there, that's gonna be 2 down.
Yeah. But it's like the payoff is so sweet when you've had the trials and tribulations to get there. You know, it's like it's been tough, but when it came together, then you can kind of look back and be like, it was worth it. You know, the right decisions were made that needed to be made. You know, it worked out. So that's such a cool thing about it, where it's like, you know, at first, people are criticizing it. You don't know if it's going to work out. You know, like you're fighting back on the trolls and whatever. And then when it finally happens, holy shit. Happened for the best, I would say.
Over at the elbow. Formal was going to snipe you suppressed, but he'll let Renegade do it this time. He's going to get the bomb. He's going to be able to
get into plant. Minute 15 of the game.
And we warned you, FaZe Clan, if you
watch some SSG film, see where they go wrong. Okay, I'm not sure how much I can provide, but we can take a look.
Penguin and Trippy able to secure a kill. Just not able to find those angles. It's so tough with these sight lines. When you get stuck in your base.
Did he? So when I was watching this, I was like, he hit that. Why didn't he just like execute him with the bandit? He like looked away. I was like, why did he look away? He got an observer body shot. Like he didn't actually hit that. It's so annoying that this still happens on land. Like look at this. He gets a clear hit marker. But then Foul takes 0 damage. Because for whatever reason, the observer feed registered a hit marker, but his actual screen was a miss. Right? I don't know. So I'm like, why didn't he just execute this guy? Because he hit the body shot.
Oh my God. He's so difficult. Able to eventually take out Formal and grab the snipe. Can't they do anything with those last couple bullets though? But it's a
So I think scrims start next week, guys. We're gonna lock in. As soon as they start, we're back to the daily grind. You know how it is, right? I'm enjoying this too much to stop that. So we're gonna keep with the scrims. But this weekend, I believe there's a tournament. There's an online open tournament in the lead up to the next event, which is at the end of May. I don't think that Optic or SR will be playing in the online open, unfortunately. I wish they were. But I don't care. We're still going to be there. We're gonna watch party that. So that this weekend, stay tuned. You know, bring your energy. I'm still trying to push this goal as high as we can get it. You know, we'll probably lose a lot of the subs by the time that comes around. But we cracked. I think we almost hit 2600 subs, bro, which is nuts. So I don't know. I'll bring max passion and hopefully a recovered voice for this weekend. And then scrim start on Monday, I think. I don't know about SSG, hopefully. I don't think any of the top teams have any pressing reason to play other than practice, because they're already, like, based off their performance in the major, they get good seeding regardless, I think. Thank you, Blondie. Yeah, we went crazy. Our chat went crazy. It's definitely the most successful weekend I've ever had. Not gonna lie, I don't pray too often, and I probably should. I'm not, you know, the most religious person by any means, but like after that weekend, guys, I got on my knees, bro. I prayed, man. I don't even know what I'm doing, but I'm like, God, thank you. Like that weekend was, yeah.
That kill from Valkyrie,
yeah.
Is enough pressure relief.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys.
Not having Legend still alive there could be everything.
Optic won't have Legend in order to
and it was Easter, yeah.
These respawners, but they're doing a good job. They've already found 2 of them. One of them
Don, let's go, man.
That is just damn good Halo.
My God, 6 months. Welcome back, man. Thank you.
What you thought was going to be 12 minutes might be 3, Dave.
Yeah, I was going to say we're about to see a lot of Halo being played. We talked about
Renegade at the very end of this. It's the jab step, right? In the 1v1. You already know this is over before they plant. They got so much consistent pressure on these guys. It's like, look at the stats right now. It's insane, bro. Look at the stats.
Enemy lines. Suppress now he's here. Suppress is going to have to hit a shot. You're going to have to hit
So,
a shot.
Christopher?
Your tournament's going to get over. Renegade can't quite.
They're not going to play. Yeah, I heard Renegade was saying they're not going to play. Renegade wins this.
Renegade can't quite finish him yet.
Oh my God.
No, shots were missed.
He's not losing a 1v1.
The FaZe Clan snipe once again on their back stairs.
Won 2 events from Elan round 1, which means that they did. That's actually kind of crazy, right? Bound and Legend are on a 4-peat in tournament wins, which has any other, like, have any other players gotten a 4-peat in Infinite? I think they're the only players that have done that, right? Because I think Optic got a 3-peat. They didn't get a 4-peat. And in the 4-peat, they made 2 loser bracket round 1 runs to win, to upset and win it. Yeah. Bound, like, post-tournament had to be the most casual of the team. You know what I mean? Like, my guy, I don't even know if he smiled, like, maybe a couple times. But, like, Bound was just like, I don't know. You could tell he's, like, he just knows he's that guy. And it was, like, I don't know. It was interesting. Everybody else was, like, kind of popping off. They're smiling. They're excited about it. Bound's just like, yeah, you know, Happy Easter. Right? Like, he's like, Happy Easter.
Sniping, and yes, you ideally would like the BR or Armory side of the map.
Yeah, he's like, I guess I got to sign some. Yeah, on the Maniac watch party, he's like, I got to sign some autographs or whatever. He's like so casual about it. Making people kiss his champs ring? Was he actually? No fucking way. This guy.
Sniper, Justin
LeBound.
is good. Takes out one base. They're pushing in for the killing blow here. 1 or 2 more deaths here from FaZe could spell disaster for the final arm.
Oh, they're just not missing at this point. The flow state.
Insanity.
Bomb in the arm circle, forced to drop it, and it's the other sniper, Legend, right now.
But now they got the spawns they want.
Oof.
So they're happy to trade out a couple kills there.
Hey, much love, Radiant. I agree, man. I agree. That state of gratitude is success. Puts it down. Sprint right here, and then jump and kills him. Wow, bro. It's a subtle thing. Renegade was doing it a lot. Everybody's doing it now. Just a little sprint jump. I guess that's enough to make him choke on the final shot. And he hits it.
From tower side, and then they can start the arm. Penguin panicking, gets his forward teammate. Oh my god.
Because the big thing about this is not just the speed, right? Yes, you sprint slightly faster than base movement speed, but the big thing about it is for that brief instant, his Spartan does a tuck. In that one moment, his Spartan, like the visual model of it, the viewer model of his Spartan goes into sprint tuck. He's like, you know, like he does this like sprint thing. And that's what throws people off. He goes into like a fucking tuck thing, like an animation, and that's what gets people off.
Oh my god.
It's like the roadie strafe in Gears.
That's series, that's match. Go home phase. Optic Gaming. Oh, the nade comes through, but Bound is there, and they let him hear about it. Optic Gaming, and the most impressive Fortress bomb I have ever watched.
Fusing rosters potentially? I don't know. Synox? Is there something that they could like coordinate between themselves that would somehow make them both better? Like, I don't know. It's hard to justify leaving. Like, I don't know. Could Lucid be like, hey, Trippy, you know, can we get it going again, man? You're killing it right now. Or does Trippy just say like, yo, I figured something out on FaZe. Like, clearly, you know, we're not beating SR and Optic, but we do have potential.
Is up next.
They just outslayed.
Yeah, that was great.
Hard right there. That game was less than 5 minutes. I saw 42 kills on Optic side. Every single
maybe Anzolo, yeah.
On FaZe combined, they had
no SSG change, Rudy. I'd be surprised if they changed right now, but maybe after Dallas.
Getting 3 arms. It's the first time I've seen them really chirp this
He's looking kind of like the best he's ever looked right now, yeah.
Early on in the event, worked their way brick by brick through this lower bracket and made their way all the way to the grand finals where they'll be facing off
shucks.
Shot
Oh, no.
by Rebellion.
They believe.
Is there an SSG matchup here? Optic first. Oh, yeah, this is how we started the day.
Stellar finds 2.
Bro, this is a shame. SSG wins a round, and then they there's like a crash or something, right? He did look like a superstar. I agree.
Lackluster against the big dogs of the league, the Shopify's and the Optic Gamings. At least through scrims, at least through online.
I'm gonna hit the bathroom, guys.
What
Give me a second. I'll be right back.
Space Station to change that story
My
around?
voice.
We're gonna start this
I can
one with 4
hear it
and
and I
see
can
how he
feel it.
kicks
My
off
voice is just
Championship
not.
Sunday with a bang.
It needs a couple more days, right?
We're gonna have Space Station try to grab that ball before a single kill is acquired. That can sometimes be good because you can bait other players into a death like they just got with Legend, but sometimes that can also be bad if you give it that first free death. And there are the first 8 points going on the board here for SSG, but that's 3 members down. Snakebite, the only one left.
Snakebite's going to be by himself, but I believe only one member of Optic threw that outball. The other member of Optic just snuck away with camo. Legend gets the first power up of the game, but great damage from Snakebite, capitalized on respawners from Space Station to take down Legend. That camo gets nullified. Ball still neutralized. It's an 8-0 lead for Space Station, so they are rewarded with a little bit of comfort. Nobody wants to pick up that ball until round of slays come through, and SSG do go 2 down, so look for Optic to regain the lead here shortly.
Yeah, Lucid trying to push through. He knows that 2 are down, knew where the ball carrier's at, but did not know Renegade lurking over near the Bulldog. Gonna bark and bite right there, taking him out.
Ball's in PD. Renegade gets information. The Snakebite's sliding in. Legend does go down. So it is going to be Space Station closest to this ball. Renegade makes his way over here. A one-on-one between Renegade and Snakebite. Renegade doesn't want to take that one-on-one. Does get behind Snakebite, but Stellar saves his life. Stellar makes a big play. Stellar finds 2. Stellar finds 3. And now SSG will begin to build this lead. This is the Stellar we need on Championship Sunday if this series is going to be the great one we think it is.
Yeah, so many times, even though Stellar's won MVP, we're like, sometimes he gets slept on for no reason. Maybe he doesn't have as flash of play with his personal POV going as quick around the map, but you see him consistently hit those no-scopes, consistently doing the right thing and coming up big when his team needs him.
The quiet killer, some say, is 34-4 now. Space Station get the lead off that Stellar triple kill. The ball gets played bottom middle. Second camouflage coming up. A Shroud makes this a very difficult situation for Legend to try and sift through. He is able to get 1, make it 2. The odd ball's going to be the point of focus here as they want to get right back into this game. They're going to start to chunk away at this lead. Legend has his second camo of the game, so good prioritization there. Good round of slays as the power-up's coming up.
And look at that rotation of Legend. Going over towards PD to block those spawns. The second they notice his teammate spawns in PD,
keep Snakebite, the guy cool.
They use the street open so they can set up a trap here.
Yeah, I know.
Decides to push on over towards the
This is one of those moments where SSG, I feel like, have struggled. Can they break the setup quickly? So often do we see
Progressive. I'm right there with you, man. After an event, you go through so many emotions that and dopamine and whatnot. And usually the first few days after an event, I feel pretty down, like low energy, kind of depressed. Also because I put in like 34 hours of just going crazy. It's bittersweet, yeah. Like I took 2 days off. I did some coaching, so I was coaching, but like, I don't know. I'm supposed to be enjoying the time, you know? I'm like, I should be enjoying myself, relaxing, but I feel like restless. I feel like I'm not doing anything that I should. Like I should be making a video or something. I don't know.
A little bit more ground when they had all the players alive.
Yeah, you think from Renegade's point of view, Optic's winning the fight, but it actually was SSG that wins that fight
as a spectator. Yeah.
The ball into PD, so they're going to continue to build what is now 54 points and climbing. The ball
trade doesn't make sense. Why go to a team play slower? C9 nearly beat SSG. I know. Yeah. Manny, the only reason it happens is if Manny, for whatever reason, is so compelled by like the fact that they're good buddies that like he's willing to take the risk of giving up, something that might be going well already with C9. Like I don't know. Like, it's weird. C9 did play pretty well, but it's hard to know what the vibes are like on that team, what the chemistry's like. I assume it's good. I really don't know, right? Sometimes when I listen to their scrims, love mine. Thank you for the follow. Sometimes when I listen to their scrims, Boo Boo sounds like a little like irritated or something like that, but that could just be scrims, you know what I mean? Like a different version of the players comes out during scrims. Every time Optic lose in scrims, Legend like has something to say, he's like which is good. It's all valuable information, but they have there's a different energy. It's more like we're trying to learn, we're pointing out mistakes and stuff like that, but it's hard to know. Like, does C9 have good chemistry as buddies, or did their top 6 placing just kind of like, was it like fluky, or was it like, you know what I mean? Is it something that's gonna keep going and keep building? I don't know. We can't assess the vibes, basically. So like the only way it happens is if he, for whatever reason, thinks that he's gonna have better chemistry with his old teammates on TSM. But like realistically, it doesn't, like, I feel like it'd be better to take somebody from, say, Luminosity, like obviously who's played with them before, and also has like a question mark as far as like potential. Like maybe obviously gets a glow up. He's a young guy, you know, maybe if like pointed in the right direction, you know, he could be a difference maker. I don't know.
To grab that ball anytime spent, even in a neutral scenario, let alone an advantageous scenario. So great job for us.
Point me toward game data. I can start pulling scrim strats. Look up Halo Data Hive on the internet. Halo Data Hive.
Take advantage of any time they can get it. But at the same time,
or just like follow. I don't know. There are different Twitters that like keep track of scrim stats and like post, you know, different stat comparisons and whatnot. Or Reddit threads. Competitive Halo Reddit. How do I feel about complexity? Think you're gonna break up? They might. I don't know. Yeah, like I think somebody like Precision could get poached maybe, or yeah, I don't know. Complexity, it's interesting because they looked really good initially. You know, Sparty was looking good. The whole team was like kind of firing on all cylinders in the first like day and a half or something. But then they got beat by Genji in the end. You know, it's like, oh, that's how it has to go.
From Lucid, exactly what the doctor ordered for SSG fans.
And look at this, Lucid trying to take more ground, but realizing that B and Rails has been taken over by
your fucking dad. Now it looks like chat, I was thinking actually of uploading a video about when we watch partied, the Sparty thing that he said. So like me reacting to Sparty saying I'm your fucking dad, and then transitioning that into the Luminosity versus Ether beef matchup. If you guys don't know about it, because low key, it was some of the most entertaining content from the weekend. And I was thinking like it would be me showing my reaction to the beef, like the trash talk, and then casting through the Forbidden game. And then like the end of it where we saw the trash talk at the end, and then also the conversation that we had about everybody gets one opportunity to swear in my chat. Do you guys remember that? I don't know if you were there, but it was funny. For whatever reason, we were talking about like trash talk and how it used to be much worse back in the day. And then it led to us saying that like you guys can say fuck basically like once on my broadcast. Everybody gets one. And then the chat just spammed fuck, like they spam swear words. But it was kind of fucking funny, man. I'm not going to lie. I don't know if it's like off brand though. Like I'm worried that if I post a video that's just full of profanity that like people are going to get upset with me. But it was like low key. Yeah, it was low key like one of my favorite moments from the weekend. Like watching that drama and casting the games, and then that little conversation we had at the end where you guys spam swear words in my chat.
Hell of a nade from Formal to knock down Lucid.
Nah, can't. There was. I'm not gonna bleep anything. I'm just gonna let it be authentic.
Control there. All of Cafe was unlocked until Formal hit that grenade.
True, Adrian.
The ball not getting played nearly as well this time around. It's gonna allow Optic off these slays to get it back into Tram, but you have a lot of time to make up.
This has now happened against Space Station twice. Space Station gets set near PD, or they get set near Tram, and they aren't able to get the ball far enough away so that Optic are able to get those kills and get a set of their own in that ideal location.
They sniff Legend out. Those grenades made Legend no shield. They're able to trade it out. And now Renegade by himself with the ball. Snakebite versus Renegade.
Well, I mean, the chat at the end was just full of profanity, and there's no editing that out, right? Like that was part of the comedy of it.
Find new clashes here in the back of Tram. Renegade coming out on top, and that's going to reward him with more ball time. Still down 20 seconds though. So
I can't believe this guy's controller breaks.
Look at that, Renegade.
Right before right as they bracket reset grand finals, and he's playing on Lethal's game, sir. And that somehow didn't change his gameplay like at all.
You get those kills, the rest of your teammates will grab that objective and take care of it.
Cherish is no longer on TSM, Greg. Should make like a command for this or something. So not much has happened just yet, but if one player leaves the top team like that, it'll create a domino effect. So stay tuned. We'll have more to say soon. I talked about it earlier in the stream.
Now we have to see how Space Station decide to play this. Do they try to rotate and get this away, or do they go for kills? And
yeah, something like that, Burn.
Get a full set. That's one pick, but I don't know if it's going to be
I know.
Stella gets another stick, though. That will be enough Optic will not be able to get set up in Tram at this time, even though they have camo.
Highway robbery as Stellar picks up 2. That makes the defense from Optics so much less of a fortress of what it would have been. Formal, though, with this camo, trying to make the decision.
This was the only, like, win that SSG got on Optic the whole series, right? Because after that, it just became, like, really lopsided. So something they were doing here, like, I don't know, I haven't spent time watching it, but this was like, you know, they showed competitiveness with the team in the first round of Oddball. And then after that, it seemed like the gap just got wider.
Here, and now Formal gets some solid damage, and I love this rotation by Formal. A perfect throw to his
Thank you, Timmy. What's the comm for that? Rostermania? Okay, cool. Thank you, Timmy. Are you liking Marathon, Timmy? Are you playing it? Or watching the videos? I see you got the tag.
It stops Optic from making the rotation. They wisely play the ball.
Yeah, I agree, Cosmic. Well, the controller's already broken in because Lethal's been using it, I guess, but it takes me a while. Some time to, like, really feel fully comfortable. Too many chefs in the kitchen? Yeah, you could say that. Too many players who have to adversely change the way that they play.
Multiple members of Optic all pass through by Eco. The routes don't match up, but 96 and climbing. You need 4 points. Snakebite able to drop towards the trash cans, and Eco's got over his shoulder. Nobody from Optic can get there, and round 1.
Watch Formal playing? We did. We watched some of the games from Grand Finals.
Realizing that they put the pressure on Optic there. That was not a setup that was going
Is Formal live? Oh, he's live.
Well for
I see.
in the long run. They knew that they just wanted to scrap those last few seconds and close out round number 1.
I don't know. Maybe I should grind, bro.
That is just good Halo.
Core.
Right there. That is just damn good Halo.
My God, 3 months. Welcome back. Formal is live. Is he listening to music? No. I don't know. It's just matchmaking, right?
Then we complexion. Yo, Shrimp, 1-1.
It is something to talk over.
Good for 2 here, we're good.
College Halo playoffs? No, I don't. It's streaming. So, I've like briefly worked with somebody who is involved in that. One thing I'll say is I think it's sick that it exists. Like, I didn't realize that there was like this. What's this college that does this? Wait.
Yeah, I did.
Is it just called college? What, are they different colleges?
Just one team,
Southern Mississippi and
like
Miami.
One player on the team saying, "Hey guys, like we're kind of running in solo a little bit too much. Like let's coordinate something."
I don't know. There's like a legitimate like league for this, which is inspiring. So I don't know much about it, but I saw that like Last Shot came from this, right? And there's this other guy, Zoom DR. He's kind of nasty. He was playing with, I think, Passion United. I think he's part of that too, right? And they just picked up Trey or something. Trey, well, I always get his name wrong. Trey from TSM's coach. Minor leagues to HCS, yeah. Last Shot was dropping numbers in college Halo. Is that where he came from? Is that like kind of where he like started to make a name for himself? Maybe, you know. But like, I didn't realize that something like this existed. I wish they had this in Toronto, bro, because we don't have any sort of Halo presence in any Canadian school that I'm aware of, you know. Game's not really popular.
Oh yeah. That's for sure.
Okay, the fridge.
Hey, Active, good to hear, brother. G3 to P3, nice. Wait, so you're a Plat 3 in Arena, but you're Onyx ranked in 1v1. That's interesting. You know, it does go to show, like, I guess maybe if you keep grinding Arena, you'll get a higher rank, but like, it goes to show how adversely different the ranking is. Active Bolt, thank you for the follow, man. Welcome. But like, that's a big gap, you know. It's like, wow. I guess there's a smaller population that plays 1v1 and less top players that play the 1v1 playlist, so the distribution curve is different, but like,
one's yellow P1.
It's interesting.
Blue P1, I think.
Who wins, Prime Final Boss or Prime CLG? Just by like, okay, you can't compare it because you've got 2 completely different Halo games. But I would probably say Prime CLG. I would think at least. I don't know. Like, Prime Final Boss would wreck Prime CLG in Halo 2, probably. Because, like, Final Boss is playing it and CLG is, like, you know, I don't know. This doesn't make any sense. Prime CLG would destroy Final Boss in Halo 5. Wouldn't even be a contest.
Oh my god.
Yeah, come on.
Oh, this is tight, bro.
Come
He's exposed.
on.
Beautiful. Ooh. Holds the angle off the peak the whole time and shuts down Kruvu despite being visible, right? Kruvu has a clear reaction advantage to Formal. Basically pre-fires the last shot.
Making shot from BT, bro.
Jump.
Is he playing without streaming? Yeah, Gunny's in the lobby. Damn, they lost to 50-49. It's a pretty sweaty lobby. It's full of like competitors essentially. You got Hoax and yeah. I don't know who Perk Vision is.
That's all that was. Pick a chatter in chat and I'll gift them. I'll match this. Okay. Like what I'm reading.
Arena is the hardest ranked playlist. Yeah. That exactly because there's significantly more players in ranked arena, and the pros play in ranked arena. So the distribution curve is skewed by the skill. There's so many more skilled players in the playlist, and there's only so many people that like Halo Studios wants to occupy the Onyx rank versus the Diamond rank versus the Plat rank, right? They have to have like a certain distribution that I guess they're aiming for. So that's the reason why it's harder to get into Onyx, because you've got more people that are skilled in the playlist that are in Onyx, basically, which bumps the distribution around. So every season it gets, I mean, I don't know if it gets harder to get Onyx every season, but it sort of feels like it. It's definitely harder to get Onyx now than it ever has been.
Watch hockey? Nah.
Gunny a member of any pro team? He played with a team. They got knocked out in losers round 4 at the Arlington event, right? So I wouldn't say he's a member of a pro team. If he can break into pool play, then that would give him like an in the pro conversation. He's got the individual ability, but he just hasn't been able to put it together on LAN. And I think Arlington was another example, unfortunately. But it seems like he's got a pretty good headspace coming out of it. I think he had a tweet saying something like, you know, like he learned some good lessons or something like that from the experience. And it sucks to solo queue. He just needs to make pools, and he's got a shot. I'd say, yeah. Thank you, Natasha. Happy Wednesday.
Fellow blue, or he's looking weak professor.
Like, you can't have the distribution skewed so that too many people occupy Onyx versus other ranks, if that makes sense, because it just, I don't know, like you want like an even distribution. I would think you'd want like players in platinum, you want players in gold, you know what I mean. So if Onyx is too easy to get into, then you'd have like a huge subset of the population in Onyx rank. So basically, like the more people play the playlist that are higher level, the more people are going to be in Onyx. So in order to keep the distribution even and to have like people in Diamond, people in Platinum, you would have to like bump some people who would normally be Onyx in another playlist out of Onyx. Yeah, because you want Onyx to be kind of somewhat exclusive, right? Like something that you have to earn. So a certain percentage of the population that plays can get into Onyx is kind of like what they're aiming for. All things considered, though, I wouldn't really say Onyx is like... Because the difference between 1500 and high Onyx, like a pro player, is wider than like, I don't know, like gold to Onyx. Almost, you know? Like, it's like a huge gap. Like a 1500, it's well, maybe not like gold Onyx, but it's like big. The skill distribution from 1500 to like formal is big. Well, if you're in Onyx 1700, then you have pros in your lobbies on a pretty regular basis, right? Because that's kind of around the point where that's where you get the even +7 -7. So you'll have like 1 or 2 pros in every lobby is usually that's how it was for me last season. It's like D7, sure. I mean, you could clip it, Killa, if you want. I mean, yeah, I think it'd be an informative video to talk about like the state of Halo Ranked we kind of we've had like casual conversations about like Halo Ranked and that people are not satisfied with it. Like, what are the problems with it and how could they like be fixed, or what are some good suggestions? Because like Ranked works the way that it does for a lot of specific reasons. And it's definitely not, it's far from perfect, you know? But it's also hard to come up with like a clear, decisive answer that would make it holistically better for everybody. You know what I mean? Because like one big issue right now with Ranked is the +7, -7 deterministic CSR sort of artificially inflates players that get over 1700 Onyx, right? Like if you have like 1750 plus, all you have to do is just win a little bit more than you lose and you'll keep ranking up. So you don't have to be a very good player. And the game right now, what it does is to balance the lobby. It'll take like, if Lucid is playing, what it'll do is it'll take weaker Onyx 1700 plus players who like don't stat as hard, and it'll put them with Lucid because Lucid stats like a maniac, right? So in hopes of balancing the lobby, it puts weaker Onyx players there, and then Lucid or the pros just kind of help carry them to victory, and they keep ranking up, even though they don't necessarily deserve to be as high ranked as Lucid, if that makes sense. So like there are some pros that like don't really deserve to be Onyx 2,300, but because they grind the game incessantly, they play a lot, they have a 51% win-loss, let's say. Eventually, they get to 2,300. Who's going where? TSM is off, or Cherish is off TSM. TSM is off Cherish. So we don't know what's going to happen. We had a conversation about it earlier, Vapor. TSM dropped their player, I guess. Cherish needs a home. Who's joining TSM? We don't know. We have some speculation, but yeah. Yeah, you can call out specific players if you want, you know. No comment. But there are players that definitely get called out on Twitter. I see it all the time. They're like, this guy doesn't deserve to be there. Like, when you get him on your team, it's like, you know, you're cursed or whatever. But it's hard to fix the issues. I've seen suggestions, and then there have been like counterpoints to a lot of the suggestions made that like, because there are suggestions that would benefit the pros or like the high tier competitors, but would maybe hurt other people in the playlist. But yeah, it takes away some of the competitive integrity of the playlist though, if you've got people who don't deserve to be as high ranked as Formal, like as high or higher ranked than Formal, right? Got to pin the comment. Yeah, but even if I do, the YouTube can't see it. That's the issue, is YouTube keeps coming in. I don't know if I can do that on YouTube. We've got a command for it. I don't know if we have it on YouTube, but we have a Twitch command for it. It's kind of tough when I got two chats. TSM Descendants would make sense to me. I was thinking obviously maybe. Or Manny, yeah. Sure, Natasha, no worries. It's currently 9:30. Should I get some casual games in? What do you guys think? Join the arena. So sorry if I already answered. Who do I think is MVP for Arlington? Renegade. Yeah, it's got to be Renegade. I don't even think it's a question. I literally, I replied to his tweet when they won, and I told him he was the MVP. I literally said that in this tweet. Here.
Yeah, mods, can we get a damn prediction going, bro? Fuck. Use channel points.
Here.
The stream that doesn't have anything with channel points.
MVP, you got to be your best event yet. Incredible work.
I need to do some channel points shit. You guys got any ideas, bro? What should I do with channel points, man? You should try the.
Yes, please.
Higher chance. I actually did today, yeah. Added on 4. And then I stopped. 100 fucker fan? Okay. I actually put that in.
Yeah, it might be the best Halo Infinite tournament from an individual player I've ever seen so far. don't know. I'm pretty out of practice. I'll give it a shot, though. Yeah, Frosty coming in was looking like the best player. But unfortunately, it didn't quite pan out. SR didn't really look like themselves in Grand Finals. They played a good tournament leading up to Grand Finals, but in Grand Finals, Optic stole the show. Yeah, I know. I recognize all those names. Lucas, yeah. I see them called out as well. And I think that they have a valid point, but also those guys are better than most people who play in the playlist. So it is weird, you know. Yeah, it's tricky to find the balancing act. They went 4-0? Oh, yeah, I mean... But I could also tell, based off the series layout, that it was going to go 7 games, like, early on. For the bracket reset. Like, the series layout just looked like a bracket reset type layout. Boy, oh boy. So used to just like looking at my chat and responding, but if I want to lock in, I have to... Can't be a good host anymore. Why are we just missing? Shots ain't hitting, bro. Samantha, what are you doing? I'm using a Battle Weaver. Music is creepy. You got a pizza slice? Wow, I'm jealous. And you didn't share? How could you? What map is this? This is called Aimbot V2. Was I a pro? No, I've never competed before. That said, could play pretty nice if I flow state. Oh. Aimbot V2. Aimbots with a Z. Just type aimbot in the search for the maps, and aimbot, you'll see the map. It's called Aimbots V2. But look up the game type as well. It's called HEFR. Like, type in the game type, look up search, like under search, type aimbot again, and it's called Heifer, like HEFR, Aimbots Unlimited. There's a command. Type !aimbot in Twitch, and it should give you those directions for the map in the game type. Surprise! People always ask me about this map. I got to make a video about it, but all the pros warm up on this map. It's nothing new at this point. Weird, bro. Not getting aim assists. I have a short on YouTube. That's correct. It'd be cool if it also linked that short. Oh. Where are you from, Active? If you're in NA, you'd think you'd be able to find games. Got to try to be more strategic about when you choose to search. Australia. Oh, I see. That sucks, bro. Yeah, I'll try to play a few. It's been a while, bro. I think I've gotten to a point where, like, we found something good with our scrim watch parties. And I know I can give you guys value, and you're entertained, and I enjoy it. When I'm playing the game, I can't talk to you guys as much. Obviously, like, if I play super well, like pro level, then maybe it's entertaining, but I guess I just know that shit's not going to be a hit for the viewers as much, but it's a chill week, you know, like I'm not really that worried about maintaining like crazy momentum, you know. But I've just gotten so used to like giving you guys a certain type of content and then having a lot of viewers to reflect it. That said, if we can get to a point where I can like commentate what I'm doing and play really well at the same time, that would be sick content. Like Method, Optic Method or whatever, his ranked COD for Dummies series, a ranked Halo for Dummies. Yeah. Zoom on right stick, yeah. Brother. It's also hard to play when I'm streaming. It's like a latency or something. Oh. Yeah, I like that series that he did. Ranked COD for Dummies or whatever it is. It's informative. And it's like kind of low effort. I mean, I'm going to give it effort, but like he just does it live and then throws it out there. Easy to make content. Assuming you have like a good informative game. Got to get that perfect combination of like high tier gameplay plus insights on the fly. This game's very competitive though, right? So it's going to try to give me lobbies where I'm like forced to try. So then if I'm talking, I'm like limiting myself in some way, right? Unless I smurf, which I don't really want to do. Wouldn't really set a good example. Focus is split, exactly. I agree with that. Is it Electostria? Is that how I say that? Some of you real ones will stick around, and I appreciate you guys. But I also know, like, you know, just trying to be, like, strategic with my time is all. There's something that I've got with the watch parties the scrim stuff that we do that like I'm confident I can do in a way that nobody else does, which makes my content uniquely valuable. Bringing that flavor to my matchmaking gameplay, that's gonna be different. Whoa. I know. More subs than I've ever seen in my life. We got, between YouTube and Twitch, we got something like 1,250 plus, like something crazy for the weekend. Just doing the math on that, like revenue-wise alone, is pretty staggering. But then if you consider some of the crazy donos, like, man. And the ad revenue, because like each broadcast on YouTube pulled 40K plus. Like I had like a 15-hour broadcast with 47K views on YouTube. It's kind of cool, man. Just got to keep doing that, but like incrementally improving areas of the broadcast where people like to see or want to see improvements, so that it grows. Voice is still hurting. Hell yeah, it is, bro. You can tell, huh? This is a chill day. Bro, what? I thought you died. So to speak, before this, I mean, I've had a few different jobs, like in esports. I worked for the Score Esports in Toronto, where I did like data entry for their back end for their esports application. So I would like record stats for like League of Legends games and like Counter-Strike and stuff like that, and input it on their app, which I wasn't a huge fan of, but I did that for a bit. I worked at a Microsoft store in the Xbox like division, selling their consoles and stuff like that. I was on like a TV show in Toronto for an esports show. Like I had to apply and go through like a round. It's a Cineplex esports show in Canada. It didn't really go far, but I had to go through like a really extensive application process, and I made it to as like one of the 3 hosts, sorry, for the show. And we filmed a season. It was like news and content about esports a few years ago, or more than a few now. It's a while now. But since I started focusing on Halo, that kind of became majority of where my efforts went. It hasn't been going, you know, like last year, the year before wasn't the greatest for me. Things really lifted off in 2022 when I was a commentator and I started making like pretty solid money. But the last 2 years, when I wasn't a commentator, it's been tough. I still stuck with the Halo despite difficulties. I picked up coaching as well, so I do coaching. But nowadays, since the beginning of the year, I've been all Halo focused. So we're streaming and coaching, just content and coaching, and that's been enough. We've made some really good progress with that, so I'm making a good like full-time income right now. I just have to keep it going. Lost Media confirm? What do you mean? Yeah, I used to work on a couple different like little TV show type things. I was like a guest that I would host, and I would guest star on this other show called Heads Up Daily. A while back though. And then I would do like local commentating, like local gigs and stuff. I used to commentate Melee. I used to like stage host Melee. I like coaching or a means to an end. No, I like coaching a lot. It's not something that like I've developed like deeply. Like I wouldn't say I have like a full-on program or something like that, but I do like tailor it to student depending on what they want. But like coaching is great. And I have some regular students who like, it's like I'm charging 60 per session, which like, as a Canadian is like pretty good for the hour. And some students who will book like multiple hours with me. So like earlier this year, what I would do is I'd be like streaming for like the 4 hours. We'd get some sub hype and stuff like that. And then until 1 a.m. I'm coaching. I do like back-to-back coaching until like 1. And add like an extra 120 or 180 US to my day. If you want details, but anyway. What's the late jump? It's this. See how I'm like dropping and then jumping late from the air? Kind of hard to shoot accurately, but if you're good at it, you can get away with a lot. But basically, there's a window of time that you can jump from the air after leaving a ledge, where it still registers the jump. So you have to practice to learn the window. And if you crouch, I find that if I crouch, it feels like the window is larger. Like, see how low I can get? Like, it's like basically up to like my eye level, right? Which means I can use that to throw off somebody's movement, like a Cali clamber. Favorite all-time pro player, probably Roy, but I don't know. Roy's just kind of like an all-around class act. It's like, yeah, like a Cali clamber. Cali clamber is a Halo 5 technique where you used to like drop back and like reclamber a ledge. The pros would call it the Cali clamber. I used to call it like the drop back clamber, but it sounds kind of lame to say. Just reclamber, like a reclamber technique. You fake out that you're dropping and then you clamber back up to the ledge. There's no point in doing that on Infinite with the late jump. And then the sprint thing is like, see how I can like sprint after I shoot? So you have to like learn the timing. And like, ideally like sprint long enough so that the animation happens. So what I'm doing here is like I shoot, sprint, and then slide after I shoot as well. Right? Because you can like... Right? Like you can slide between shots without actually delaying your shot very much. Because sliding comes out instantly. Right? So like learning how to weave that stuff in. Like there's a clip from Druck where he does like shoot, sprint, and then he does a slide after. He does like a sprint strafe. And then a slide after the sprint strafe. Between his shots. And he jumps as well. Slide jump. I noticed Legend doing that. I watched Legend play aimbots the other day, and he does like a really quick slide jump. He'll like run around and like slide jump. I don't really know if there's any benefit to that, but he's getting like, I think if you hit it frame perfect, you maybe get like a slight speed boost. I don't know. Also just making sure you're perfectly hitting all of these slides, right? This is a crouch jump. Like when you're aim training on this map, you should be able to confidently like side jump like this to the box, slide off, land on this, hit a G slide, late jump back, right? How conveniently can you navigate this stuff? Because that'll translate to your matchmaking, assuming you're also like hitting your bullets and not wasting time like I am. Like some people will just get on this map and they'll just like walk around and they'll hit 5 shots and they're like, oh, this is so easy. The bot's not really moving. It's just like bad practice, right? Like, yeah, sure. If you're just doing this, you're not working on much. But if you're like finessing and like G sliding and like using the thrust, like for example, you can like, or these connect perfectly, right? Like if I jump thrust, I land here. So like being able to like late jump, you know, something ridiculous and just connect it into a movement. Do I need a game type? You do, yeah. Type !aimbot in the chat. sprint strafe, just learn how to sprint out of your shot. That's step 1, right? Shoot, sprint, shoot, sprint, shoot, sprint, shoot, sprint. Get the timing down so you can do it as fast as possible. The sprint has to come out after you shoot, right? Recreate this on your own. If you can recreate this, that's step 1. Right? And then if you can do that, you understand the timing, because you can't buffer your sprint. You can't sprint while you're shooting. It has to come out. Because if I'm going to press sprint and shoot at the same time, I don't go anywhere. Right? I'm pressing sprint and shoot. I'm not going anywhere. So you have to learn the timing. It's after you shoot. And then you can weave in the look away. Right? I'm getting pulled by somebody else's aim assist there, but ideally you want to commit to the sprint. Not for super long, but long enough to like get the animation started. So that ideally it shows like a visual. I saw Mental doing something like this where he was like, he was trying to do it left, right. Or, it's kind of tough. I don't know. Right? Trying to hit like a sprint, like shoot, sprint left, shoot, sprint right. But really, I'll say it's beneficial if you do it just once. You don't have to do like a crazy amount. If I can just do like a little left right strafe and like weave it in one time, or do like sprint slide in between. I messed it up, but like slide in between your shots. I'm messing it up. Search game types. Go to game type and then go to search and then type in aimbot. Kind of like that. Sprint. I like to sprint one way and slide the other. But then I have to get the timing. It's tough. Especially when I put myself on the spot. If I'm thinking about it too much, I mess it up. You know what I mean? Like, that was a little better. Because he was wall bouncing? It's kind of like wall bouncing, I guess, yeah. It does kind of remind me of it. The way you have to flick your aim off and on is like something you got to be really comfortable with. Like how it feels to go for that quick. Because there's like a timing to it where you want to use the window of time between shots to like efficiently flick away and flick back, right? In a way that doesn't completely throw off your aim. Right? So I'm like, that's a timing, right? That's like a special, like, timing in my head. Right? Where I'm not wasting too much time in between the shots, but I'm also getting the technique out efficiently. You want to make sure that you're doing a straight movement, like left, right, right? And then when you're shooting here, thinking about like how you G-slide, right? Like the earlier I go for like a sprint, like on this box, the longer so like the more runway I use, the longer time I spent sprinting, right? So if I want to hit like 2-shot G-slide, shoot him again. Or like here, see how long that delay was? Like between me shooting and eventually that was a little bit better because I was closer to the edge. So like in your mind, you have to like shoot this guy and walk to the edge of the box so that the time that you spend sprinting is short and the time that you spend sliding comes out early. So the frame perfect version of this would be like me on the edge. Like that, right? So like there's a way to G-slide while wasting 0 time. Off the very edge of the box. Like that, where I still get a boost in the 1v1. But I don't slow down my shot pacing at all. And most pros don't do that. Most pros do slow down their shot pacing like slightly. Because the payoff still is rewarding enough. But that's what you want to be thinking about when you're practicing on this map is like getting more efficient with all of this so that it comes out effortlessly when you're playing people, right? A late jump. Go here and then slide off here. Oops. Make it dirty. Clap some Onyx cheeks. Yeah, hell yeah. don't know. I haven't played in a while, man. Well, I can move around, but the pacing of matchmaking is so different, right?
Spectacular.
All right, let's give it a shot. Oh, there you go. That's it, Quantum. Yeah. Positive I lose those fights because I shoot too slow. Yeah, if you go for like a G slide that's like too blatantly obvious as well, all you do is just set yourself up for failure, right? Because you're just going in a straight line. They see what you're doing, right? So if you're not super efficient with how you use it, you're just wasting time that could be spent hitting accurate shots. So like if you're pacing yourself, you want to be doing stuff to like make your opponent miss, right? Like you can't just be doing basic strafing or straight lining with the curb slide, you know? So pacing is good if you combine it with like a tight strafe where you're mixing in like a good crouch or a late jump or something like that. Or best way to late jump as far as button layout. It doesn't really matter what your button layout is. I would say like ideally you have your crouch and your jump accessible so that you don't have to take your thumb off the right stick to crouch and jump. And I would recommend that for everything, not just late jumping. So if you have to take your thumb off the right stick to crouch or jump, then that is a limitation in your control scheme. And it's hard to find a balance because if you take your thumb off the controller for anything, then that's sort of like a limitation theoretically. But certain inputs have a higher priority than others, right? Free coaching. That's what we do. That's like all I do, bro. I just coach. Free and paid. I mean, ideally, you guys support in the way of subs and donos like you did last weekend. Safe to say last weekend went really well. So it's not exactly free. Your jump button is A. So you take your thumb off to jump, right? It's not the end of the world. But yeah, like I would just practice the timing. So get onto the edge of a ledge and try to hold crouch before you drop. It might help you. Like get lower. But really it's just kind of getting comfortable with the timing. Make sure that you're walking off a surface that is perfectly flat or downward sloped, right? Because if the surface is upward sloped, it's like curb sliding. If you're curb sliding off a surface that has an upward lip or an upward slope to it at the very end of it,
this is the way,
and you have upward momentum before you G-slide, thank you, Roosevelt,
this is the way,
then it'll kill your ability to G-slide or late jump. Like it ruins the technique. So you need to have either flat surface perfect or down sloped that you drop off of. If you drop off a down slope, you get a boost. You can drop even lower before you jump. Same with G-sliding. If you G-slide off a slope that is like downward pointed before it drops, then that downward momentum that you're getting into the G-slide gives you a more powerful G-slide from higher surfaces than usual. I haven't played this map in a while, bro. Nobody shot him. I missed that third shot. I was hoping somebody put one bullet in him. I got shot to this evil. That sucks. Literally a free kill right there.
M41 spec.
Is it a waste of my time? Maybe.
Themselves.
Shoot. Not gonna get that. And it's just hitting.
We have eyes on the enemy flag carrier.
Oh. Went up? That's awkward. That's awkward. Should have just overextended.
Revealed themselves.
Is that a team nade? No, is it, what the hell? Where'd that come from? Do you ever want to go pro? It's hard to justify doing it now when I've got something good going with the watch parties, right? Like, I'd have to give my whole life to this. There was a point in my life where, like, I thought it'd be awesome, but, like, I kind of fell into commentary, and it doesn't really make sense to, like, not do that, you know? But I do love the game, so... We'll see. I'd rather be, like nasty online. Be like a sweat. Tell me we're getting some progress with that. Oh no. This is awkward. And we all die. Oh my god. We all died there. If only I could get the rocket kill. He's still in the base, bro? I thought. I know, bro. Kill him.
That is just good Halo right there. That is just
Damn good Halo. Hold on. Oh my word. It's gonna be like some bottom mid spawn. He didn't even pull the flag, which kind of pisses me off, I'm not gonna lie. Fuck, I thought he died. Thank you. No, I like the Battle Beaver for the paddles though. That's the issue, is I don't like the paddles. There's only 2 paddles in the game, sir. So I can't play the way I want to play, so it's not worth it for me.
Enemy flag returned.
Waste of my energy right there. You're just gonna get that free? That blows. Whatever. Keep trying this, hoping for the best.
There are eyes on you, Spartan.
Nice, should be our flag. Alright, bro, just gotta be ice here. Like, not hitting easy shots here. Yeah, we got a cap. It took some time, but we got it. We got plenty of time, too. Oh no, now we're dying. Brother.
You are exposed, Spartan. They know where you are.
On the board. Like situations like that, I got double chow, but like I should have killed that guy. I got shot by 2 people. We're grinding. I know it's been a while. How do you get so far?
inbound. Vital signs.
Eerie.
Flag return.
Shit, bro. Thank you.
Enemy flag return.
Enemy flag.
Nice. I like the look of this. Good timing on the run. I like my positioning here. Nice. Good dub. Seems more fluid. Well, we haven't been playing, so I'll take it. Take the beginner's luck. Too easy. We had to make the 3-0 reverse sweep comeback. Looking like Optic out here. Versus Nemesis, bro. Did I see Piggy's tweet? No, what'd he say? Is it an FA tweet? Uh-oh, the plot thickens. Last time I was on a roster that had more than a month of actual practice was year 2. Well, we made it 6 weeks this time. So it's done. The roster is imploded. As we expected, right? So like Luminosity, collection of good players who played really well online, but didn't come to, didn't create the same performance on LAN. And part of my expectation was that maybe TSM would poach somebody. Like, obviously, but safe to say, it sounds like that roster might be split in like 4 ways even. Who knows, right? So if that happens, then you're going to have some pretty high tier FAs in the market. Expect some changes to be made. And will Luminosity stay in Halo Esports? Luminosity has this way of kind of like stealthily sponsoring a team right before an event. And then if it doesn't go well, they sneak out just as quickly as they snuck in, you know? So it's like, it's great to see Luminosity in the esport. Will they stick around? I don't know, you know? Definitely not the snipe I was looking for there. Oh, he's looking at me from hut. I wasn't thinking. Can I can unsee? Yeah, I'll stop the circling. Sorry, it's my habit. I like to do it. Damn, he pops the OS. And that keeps him alive. This is unfortunate.
Enemy flags in.
Yeah, that was his last bullet. Wow. He didn't get far. We can actually save this.
Flag needs relocation.
Eh.
They know where
I'm probably dead. No, I'm not. Oh my god, I don't like the look of that.
you are exposed, Spartan. Take our flag. Take it back. We have eyes on the enemy flag. Expectancy shortened. Extreme caution. You are.
Yeah, that was not smart. I don't like my play there. I die for free from the window guy. But they might get re.
The enemy carrier has revealed themselves over your inbound.
Dude, oh, everything about that sucked. Yeah. Second OS for them.
Eyes on the enemy flag carrier.
Enemy captured
Kidding
your
me.
flag.
They have our flag. Take it back.
Really, huh?
Look there. And enemy flag carrier.
What a shame, bro. Not sure what to do about this, boys.
At your earliest convenience, please collect your power weapons.
Thank you, Melee MS.
That is just damn good Halo.
Let's go,
My
brother.
God.
This is the way. Hold on.
Therefore, return trips. You are exposed. They know where you are.
Try it again.
You are exposed.
Hope my team comes in clutch with me this time.
They know where you are.
Are they gonna do it to me again? Nope. Got it. Melee, welcome back, brother. 2 months on a streak. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. This is the way.
Overshield.
We need this OS. Holy shit! They were too ready for me. That happened quick, bro.
Our forces have seized the enemy flag.
Where the hell? Wow, I died fast to that. Oh, V-Ride's in there? Oh, shit. That's a bad drop on that guy's part. There's 2 flags for us.
Flag captured.
Thought for sure he'd be dropped already. What? I can't grab it. Oh my god. We're lagging. Shit, bro, that sucks. This is bad. They're gonna counter on us. You gotta stay alive here. Ugly. They're already at the cap, bro. Yeah, that rubber band at the end definitely sucked. Definitely could have got a lot more kills. Made big mistakes at the end, though. That's a shame. I wasted that OS big time, though, too, right? We got melted so fast. I should have just gotten their hut, like, immediately with the OS instead of tried to go that way. Nah, not really, Sud. The Rostermania happening. Yeah, so apparently Cherish is no longer on TSM and Luminosity is splitting up. Gotcha, active. I don't think SSG will split.
Strongholds.
Okay. What does bucked up mean? Eco changes armor and nameplate? Really? If we see... I don't know. That's... You think he's just trolling? I don't know. Damn, you guys are sussing out those details quick. Should I be bricked up while I play Halo? Just raging, bro. Isn't that on my drink? It's called Big Game. It's just a bottle, but it's called Big Game Energy or something. Like I commentated a Halo tournament that had a sponsor with Big Game Energy like years ago. They gave me like this bottle and a couple drinks to try, and then I just had it lying around. Big Game, yeah. Is Bucked Up related to the energy brand, or I don't know. I don't know anything about it. I just hosted an event with them as a sponsor. Got news on the Rostermania. Cherish no longer with TSM. Luminosity splitting up. That's all we got right now. Eco changed his emblem and his armor, apparently. Oh, I see. Okay. Thanks, Dogs. A little bit of lore. This is literally like just some sort of Randy pre-workout that like, I don't have any energy drinks on me, but if I have like a, I don't know, half scoop, quarter scoop of like a pre-workout, it kind of simulates an energy drink, I guess. Eco gonna be frying? We'll see. I don't know. I don't know. I'd be surprised if the team splits already. I would be surprised.
Assault. Neutral bomb. Get the objective.
Luminosity was Piggy's team. Piggy obviously yaks in mortally. I think they could be good additions to a variety of other teams as a 4-stack themselves. Like, they had potential and they looked good online, but couldn't carry it to land. Oh, there's no surviving for me. Yay! Yeah, neutral bomb. Get ready for a long-ass tie.
Bomb take.
I don't know. This guy has to chow something. He's just sitting in the courtyard. We're fucked.
Enemy team score. Objective income.
Dude, they're all over all four corners of the base. Stop punching walls, bro. Play the game.
Bomb army.
I'm gonna get sniped in the back for this. Like, just quit.
Enemy team nearing victory. Objective income.
Overshield invalid.
Objective.
I don't know what to do here.
Not found. Overshield available.
I don't get the... I pick up the OS, I activate it, and it doesn't activate. Guy's still sitting in our spiral.
Get the
the back and the front. I mean, I don't really care. What's irritating is the guy's not playing, so it just makes it impossible. I keep thinking he's dead, right? Somehow I'm not hitting the finishing kill.
Bomb take. Bomb take. Bomb arm.
Safe to say, this guy not playing checked me. I don't know how I didn't get the headshot.
Life expectancy.
A little bit of Rostermania, yes. Type exclamation mark Rostermania. That's something at least.
Objective ready.
Bruh.
Get the objective. Bomb taken. Bomb dropped.
Are we not playing? God. Yeah, I can't keep answering the same question, guys. If you go back on the YouTube broadcast, we talked about it a lot. If you're okay with that, I've just answered it like 15 times. Or chat can help me. Look at him get out beside my team here. I'm dead. Ah, bro. Alright, just end it.
Enemy team score. Defeat. Objective incoming.
Yeah, can you get like a screenshot confirmation or something, Ra? Half my team stopped playing the game like after the opening strat, so if that's any indication of how it's going. I don't know. GG. Two of my teammates threw. Yeah, they just stopped playing. Like Chunk or whatever was sitting in the spiral the whole game, and then Sin just like gave up as well afterwards and went 1-16. Love that. I missed a lot of easy 5 shots though. I think that bothers me the most, man. The headshot opportunities that I have and just don't like follow through on. Yeah, Luminosity splitting up. Expect to see more within the hours. You know, by tomorrow we'll probably get some more news. We'll get some before like next week. We'll have a pretty good understanding of how things are shaping up, right? Now that the dominoes are falling, but Luminosity splitting up, so that could mean like the players will get poached onto different teams depending on who joins TSM. It could leave a vacancy on a roster that needs to be filled by somebody else. Yeah, I could see obviously going to TSM because he's played with those guys before, right? He subbed a couple times. Yeah. All good.
This is the way.
Jordan, thank you for the follow, man. Welcome. Appreciate it.
This is the way.
Eco has a lot of his like stuff privated. So what was his emblem and his armor before? SSG stuff, and then he changed it. I mean, this looks kind of fire. This is like a new, just like a new fit. You know, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. This fit looks kind of nice. I'm not gonna lie. He's right. So you had what, an SSG emblem and an SSG armor. I like this fit though. The yellow, like, gun complements the lighting and the dragon on his shoulder. Stuff isn't private anymore? Okay. Oh, that sucks, Silencer.
Get the objective.
Another neutral bomb, bro.
Neutral bomb.
Give me a card to Tim Hortons in exchange for 3 months. Driving a tough bargain there, Gary. 3 months of coaching. Whoa. How's it going, Aaron? How you doing?
This model is range certified.
I think you got to be really passionately invested and lasered up in this game. Like even this right here where I'm like forced to work way harder than I should ever need to. I should have put more focus on blue earlier. I think he was just trying to camo plant it in, but risky.
Bomb taken. Bomb army. Bomb army.
Nice arm.
Your team scored.
Shoot, I should have just gone in blue.
Ready. Get the objective. Bomb taken.
I mean, this guy just ran through car one. No way.
Bomb army. Bomb taken.
Active camo. Inbound. Active camo available.
Like, how am I having this solo 1v1?
Application.
Bad movement. Did he underperform? No, I don't really think he did, but TSM underperformed as a team. So I'm not surprised that they're thinking about making changes. I don't really think that he was like the problem, but he also wasn't the solution. So I don't know. Maybe like they feel like the three, because Soul Snipe, Druck, and Talik are very close knit as buddies. They have a lot of history together, so I'm not surprised that like there's a higher likelihood that they stay together just based off of history and chem. And that if they do mix things up on the team, Cherish is kind of the odd man out. He's been with the team for a shorter period of time. Sort of. He has like less history with them, even though he has been with them for over a year. So it's not as much about like him being the problem as much as like there are problems. They're not performing as a team as high as they need to. And that I guess he wasn't providing the X factor that they felt they needed to keep him on. Choking that. Fuck.
Active camo available.
Bomb reset. Objective incoming. Objective ready. Bomb taken.
Excellent precision.
Bomb arming.
Fight him. No, beat him down. My God. I forgot about that. It blows up.
Get the objective. Objective ready. Bomb taken.
Wow, that team day was super helpful. Really got the job done in the, you know, assisting the team fight. Like, why do you F off? I don't know, I just don't get it. Why does he go that way? I guess there's a fight there.
Bomb reset. Objective incoming. Objective ready.
I guess I'm just dead. How can I play? What do you mean? Danny.
Active camo inbound.
Nice. Like, losing that 1v1 hurts my soul, bro. Should never be losing it, you know? Pace myself more in the last shot, maybe.
Bomb armed.
Guess I got that. Even that right there, not getting a headshot.
Objective incoming. Objective ready. Bomb taken. Carrier kill. Bomb taken. Bomb dropped.
Oh shit, I have a thrust. I was like trying to pick that up and expose his location. With me, I'm just playing solo queue matchmaking, Danny. If that's okay.
Remain calm.
Bomb taken.
I want to grab the bomb. I did nothing.
Target spotted. remaining.
My shot, bro. Holy shit. there a world where Eco Stellar split? Yeah, if things don't work out for a long enough period of time, then yeah.
Active camo available.
Bomb taken. Bomb dropped.
Everything just fell apart, bro. They're gonna get camo and bomb rotate.
Bomb taken.
How many shies could a shy guy shy of a what the? I don't know how to answer that. Lots of them. Oh yeah. Is a camo nading us? Like.
Warning. Bullets.
Double kill.
Exclamatory excitement.
Bomb taken.
So my headshot consistency needs big work. Or any consistency, Jesus.
Bomb reset. Objective ready.
It's like we're playing for time at this rate.
Active camo. Inbound.
Wow. When I started? Yeah, no, I've been a day one Onyx, yeah. But most people were. Like, everybody got Onyx when Infinite came out. Or a lot of people did, you know? Like, they sort of gave it away.
Life expectancy. Short.
I like have it. I have it. It's right there. The free 5-shot, you know? And then I just find a way. Of course, you got the thrust there.
One minute remaining. Bomb taken.
Stowing aggressive. Active camo available. Active camo available.
30 seconds remaining.
Multiple hostiles spotted.
Successfully delivered.
Like, why, though?
Bomb taken. 10 seconds. Bomb taken. Victory. Carrier kill.
Miss the Bulldog. I don't really miss the Bulldog. But I would like more weapons. You too miss that car 3 jump? I miss it sometimes. Everybody misses it sometimes. Hey, Squatter. Appreciate what I do for the Halo scene. Just got into it a little over a year ago. Pretty much just watched me for the Halo stuff. Cool. Thank you, man. Appreciate the kind words. Glad I can help you out. Don't use this gameplay as a reference for your improvement, guys. All right, just fair warning in advance. No, I'm kidding. It's okay. I don't mind the solo queue grind. I just haven't been, I've been slacking. Like, I've been watching the game way more than I play the game. Just because we found something cool recently. Sequacious, 7 months. My God. Thank you, brother. Welcome back. How you doing, Sequacious?
King of the Hill.
Micwin settings don't allow you to miss. You just found that out. I gotta play with Micwin, bro. We gotta get a coaching session in. They gave me my map and game time. Doing good, man. Better now. Ever play off stream? Recently, not as much, but I should more, so that we can play better on stream. Okay, they're all dead. Except one. That's all 4. Wow. I'm absent from all the fights. That's... How do I lose that fight? Like, holy crap.
Your team about to score. Enemy team took the hill. Another one down.
How it like... Oh my God. And then we run into the tower spawner.
Hill control.
Demolition radius was adequate.
Your team scored. Hill incoming. Hill control.
Yeah, I mean, I'm ready for a new game. I think we all are. This one's been out for a while.
Enemy team took the hill.
Inbound.
Enemy there. Another one down.
Active camo available.
Should be our camo. Can't hit anything.
Hill control. Your team about to score.
Inbound. S7. Sniper available.
Enemy team took the hill.
I know. It's been a bit, huh? What else we doing? There's no scrims.
Score. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill.
Wow.
Hill control.
This last guy. I find this way of like putting myself in an unwinnable situation, you know? Like I take damage from the mid guy, and then I go to the right, which is where they're obviously coming from. And then I go to bottom mid, which is where I get cut off and ultimately killed. The misses need to stop. This guy's just trying to hit the tower jump. Can't even shoot him. How did he even kill me? He had what? He had no angle throughout that entire exchange.
Took the hill. Enemy about to score.
Active camo available.
Wow, everything about that.
Enemy team score. Hill incoming. Hill ready.
It's hard to just give generic tips, Aaron.
Enemy team took the hill.
Not right now. Thank you for standing still. Where the hell?
Spike. Obtained. Power item have arrived.
Enemy team took the hill.
That doesn't stick him? I'm like inside that guy and I throw sticky. Wow. Yeah, we're just throwing.
Enemy team score. Hill incoming. Hill ready.
Damn it, bro.
Enemy team took the hill.
I'm dead. Guess I should have gone up screens. How's this guy just casually finessing us all? And now I'm just dead. My teammate jumps off tower. Like, I don't really know what that chase was. That sucks. That whole exchange, like, I shoot that guy multiple times in tower. My teammate chases and, like, falls off for no reason. I don't know why he fell off. And then I get shot in the back and I get no help.
Enemy team took the hill. Hill control.
And I die there. And he lives? How does he get out? Holy crap.
S7
This is kind of crazy. How are they all surviving?
S7.
Hill control.
Extreme distance calculated.
Your team to score.
Bro. Oh my god, painful.
Your team score. Incoming.
Target spotted.
Hill control.
I think it's cool, Cole. I'm excited. It's very, like, minuscule. Like, it's not a big deal, but it's a good update. Same with the star and the kill feed.
Took the hill.
It's not like a game changer, but
Shorten.
something. Holy, I shot 5 separate bullets, and none of them hit in that exchange. That's crazy. Like, he's straight in front of me in cuts. It's just kind of crazy. I don't know. How do I miss? Is that an enemy QT?
Hill control.
Target spotted.
Just some way we could just look at the same things. That'd be awesome. Oh my god. You gotta chat it like directly. You gotta chat it directly. Oh boy. Appreciate it, Eternal. Thank you for the YouTube follow. All right, guys. I think I'm gonna take a break. I'm not gonna lie. That was not a fun game. We'll come back with a vengeance. I don't know. I gotta start grinding again. I might just like do an off-stream grind and then come back like passionate. Get my rank up. Just so many mistakes, you know. Anyway, all G's. I'm gonna have more people wanting to try M&K, probably, but it's gonna be hard to replicate the way the guy plays. Have a good night. We'll be back soon. We got a tournament coming up this weekend, so that'll definitely be the focus for the watch parties, and the scrims start up next week, I think, right? So I might not be live tomorrow just because I have the lady coming back from Asia. I'm going to go pick her up at like 7 p.m., so it's kind of like right in the middle of the stream. The weekend, though, I'll definitely be here. We'll figure it out. I appreciate you guys for hanging out. Kind of a chill week. Max Passion starting soon. Send you guys to Formal, by the way. 78 of you apparently over to Formal on Twitch. Go give him some love as usual. Yeah, she was in she went to Vietnam, Japan, and Korea is where she was. And now she's coming back tomorrow night. Anyway, okay. Bye Twitch. YouTube, Bemi, Danny, Anzola, Nova, Neo. Have a good night. Thank you guys for hanging out. I'll see you again soon. All right, peace.